Yes. Okay, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Township Council regular meeting of February 24th, 2026. This is a regular meeting of the Council of the Township of Montclair. It's being broadcast live on Channel 34 and streaming live on Montclair TV 34 YouTube channel. It's available on demand and can and will be rebroadcast. This meeting is called pursuant to the provisions of the Open Public Meeting Act. The meeting was included in the annual notice of the meeting schedule as set forth in Resolution R-25-352, adopted by the Township Council at its regular meeting of November 25th, 25, advertised in the official newspaper on December 25th, 25, January 1st, 26, and January 8th, 26. It was posted on the bulletin boards outside of the municipal building and has remained continuously posted. In addition, a copy of the annual notice is and has been available to the public and is on file in the office of the Township Clerk. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Will you please do the roll call?
Deputy Mayor Anderson.
Here.
Councilor Birmingham. Absent. Councilor D'Amato.
Present.
Councilor Harrison.
Here.
Councilor Toller.
Good evening, President.
Good evening. Councilor Williams.
Here.
Mayor Baskerville.
Present. Thank you. At this point in time, I'd like to make a motion that we move into executive session.
Second.
The purpose of the executive session will be contract negotiations and personnel matters. All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. If there are members of the public who are not directly involved with this, I'm going to ask you to please leave, and we expect that we will return around 6:30-ish, 6:15, but we will open the doors and invite you to return at that time. Thank you so much. Good evening. Rick, are we on? Okay, good evening, everyone. Please come in and get situated as soon as possible. We are getting ready to move right into the approval of the minutes. I make a motion that we remove ourselves from the executive session and come into the public session.
Second.
All in favor? We're voting on whether to come into the public session now, regular session with
Aye.
people. All opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. Thank you all for joining us. There's seats down front if you don't have one in the back. If you wish to be heard this evening, please sign in the book that's at the front table here. And when we get to the topic that you're interested in, we will acknowledge you and ask you to come to the podium in the front. Madam Clerk, did everyone have an opportunity to review your minutes? We don't have any minutes. Okay, so we won't, we have no minutes at this time, so we'll move on. We have a public hearing, and we also have a presentation. Okay. So we're going to go right into the public hearing that we're going to have on the Canterbury Park improvements. So at this time, may I please have Engineer Norberto and the team that's going to come, please, and present the Canterbury Park improvements. We're going to ask that you allow for the presentation to be completed before you begin to ask questions, and certainly the questions and suggestions and comments are very important and valuable. We want to hear them, but we would like, please, for you to hold them, or if you need to write them down, until the presentation is completed. Thank you. This is on the agenda tonight. Agenda item A, Green Acres application. It's a resolution enabling the State of New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection Green Acres application in support of the Canterbury Park Improvements Project. We'd like to welcome our township engineer, Mr. Norberto Hernandez. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everyone. Good evening. Appreciate the opportunity to speak. And as the mayor introduced already, this is in fact the public hearing for the 2026 Green Acres grant application that we're looking to submit, which is in support of Canterbury Park. So before I go into the actual scope of the project, I just want to go over a little bit of what the Green Acres program is and some of their requirements. The Green Acres program is a state-funded program which is looking to really promote, encourage, and fund outdoor recreation facilities that could be in the form of both passive and active recreation. Indoor facilities, community centers, other, such as Clary Anderson, for example, those are ineligible facilities under this program. And with that, once a funded project is awarded through this program, that facility must be open to the general public at large. It cannot be restricted based on residency in that sense. And one aspect is available as far as scheduling. That is permitted. However, again, you cannot encroach on that accessibility access through other residents for other towns. Cannot. Apologize here. It's supposed to be a.
Want to see if the lights go out? Would it help? You think? That row. Yeah? That's better. Huh? That's better. Whoops, no, that's too dark, right? Okay.
Can you try the next slide?
The images aren't attached. It seems like to the slides.
Depends on what year that was taken. I did have a giant pool in the yard. Couldn't afford to keep it.
Little workaround here, but I think we got it. So on this slide, I have a general aerial overview of the park as it exists today. Just to quickly run through for those who may not be familiar or haven't visited in some time. Going from north to south, we have the main pathway that runs through the park, provides access from Willdale Avenue down to Pleasant Way. That was actually redone fairly recently, so we're not looking to do any changes to that at this point. We're looking to use those funds for other areas where they're most needed. So starting with the playground at the northern portion of the property, that is included as part of this application, as well as the basketball courts, which are located further to the south in between the walking path and the, Nishwain Brook is immediately adjacent to it. Similarly, the tennis courts across the brook, which is between the municipal boundary with Glen Ridge. That's an aspect of the application that we're looking to address, as well as the walking path and the outdoor recreation fitness area as well. So here we have some photos of the outdoor fitness area as it is today, just to give some background on how it looks today. As you can see, the surface of the equipment area is starting to deteriorate. There's weeding, grass growing through, as well as the path itself is deteriorating, color is fading, and it is just, normal course of the life cycle of the facility. It's in need of some attention at this point. Here we have the basketball court. Again, there's a significant amount of alligator cracking that's forming throughout the court. Other areas with deeper longitudinal cracks as well, which again is not unexpected given the environment that we live in this region of New Jersey. It's at the end of its life cycle. Here we have the tennis courts, very similar to the basketball courts in the shape that they're in. And as you can see on the image on the far right, that's actually one of the posts for the nets, which looks like the foundation for that post is starting to separate from the surrounding surface. So again, it's time to get this redone. Last set of images I have here are of the playground. Again, this surface was actually redone, I'd say, about 4 to 5 years ago. However, we did not replace the equipment pieces at that time. This project would look to not only replace the surface, which as you can see has already started to deteriorate, come apart, but also replace the equipment pieces with more modern and current features, while still maintaining the essence of what the playground is intended to be. So here we have a conceptual rendering of what the proposed improvements look like, and if completed, what the park would look like as a whole. And what you'll notice is it's very similar to what exists today, and that's intentional. We're not looking to make any drastic changes to how the park is situated and laid out. Really just looking to maintain what's there and make some improvements where we can, where we think they make sense. And some of those improvements, again, the playground will be redone. We want to rebuild that from the ground up. That includes new surfacing And as part of this application, similar to the Nishwain Park playground that we are looking to get underway soon, likely in the summer, as far as construction. This has a recycled cork surface that we're looking to include here as a eco-friendly, sustainable option in lieu of the port-in-place that exists there today. But the footprint of the park itself is looking to be unchanged. And you may notice, if you look closely enough, there's some semi-transparent, like red squares kind of throughout the park. Those represent shade structures that we're looking to include over some of the benches, as well as some of the play equipment as well, which don't exist today. Play equipment. Yeah, some of the fixtures have some coverings over them. Moving down south of the park, next we have the basketball courts, which again, a very similar location to where they exist today. However, we are looking to slightly shift them over a little further to the west. Twofold reasons as to why we're looking to do that. First and foremost, we're looking to get a little further away from the brook. The current location of the basketball courts is right on the line of where the floodway currently is, so we want to try and get away from that as much as we can. And also, we want to provide improved accessibility from the main path through the park to provide access to the basketball court as well as the tennis courts further to the east. So there's an accessibility upgrade there as well. And moving further to the east, we have the tennis courts, which, again, looking to rebuild that in the same footprint as it is today. We are limited with respect to what we can do there because of we have the brook right to the west, and we have a fairly dense tree line right to the east, and the boundary with Glen Ridge is right beyond that. So we can't expand, or we're not looking to expand at all there. However, the one, let's say, biggest change to the park as a whole is we are looking to incorporate 2 pickleball courts at this park within the footprint of the tennis court. So in essence, you will have an option to play either tennis or pickleball. And that really is a result of some communication and engagement we've had with the community. And I'll get to that in a little bit more detail in a bit. But as part of this application, we were required to, aside from this public hearing, obtain feedback and comments from the community. And we did that in the form of an online survey, which was posted on the township website. A significant portion of the concerns that we received regarding the pickleball courts was sound, which I'll get to in a bit, but also just the loss of the tennis courts. They're fairly heavily used by the residents in the area, and they did not want to lose that facility. So we made some modifications, and now we're including that along with the pickleball court. So it will only be an addition to, not a subtraction or swap of benefit to the community. As far as the sound is concerned, we have included an additional row of evergreen plantings along Nishwain Brook between the tennis court and the basketball court. And again, that's intended to block sound as it travels and keep it contained within that area of the park. On the east side of the courts, we did have discussions with the mayor of Glen Ridge and the borough administrator as well about this project, and we informed them that they obviously raised some concerns about the noise as well, and what we informed them was our plan is to attach what's called acoustic barriers or panels. These get affixed directly to the fence. You could think of them as a thick blanket, if you would. They're multi-layered, and they're designed to specifically absorb the noise generated by pickleball or any other activity or equipment, even machinery, and block the sound from going through the chain link fence as it otherwise would. And these can lower sound levels by about 20 decibels just with the panels affixed to the fence. So we think that, along with the vegetation surrounding the park and the court specifically, would be a significant improvement as far as generating a lower sound level to the neighborhood as a whole, both on Glen Ridge and Montclair alike. We can obviously look to, as we get further into design, look to perhaps include additional screening and plantings as we can. One option would be potentially rotating the basketball court as it's shown right now in a more east-west direction to a north-south direction, which may allow for a second row of plantings to be installed there in lieu of the one. But again, we can get that further down the line once we get to design, but that's also potentially an option as well. Lastly, we have the walking path and the outdoor equipment area. Again, we're not looking to make any significant changes there. As I understand it, a lot of thought and effort went into the original design of that walking path. I believe it measures exactly a quarter mile, one lap around. And we're not looking to impact any trees or the sledding hill at the southern portion of the property. As it sits today, we're looking at a total project cost of approximately $2.3 to $2.6 million. For context, we have received prior grant funding from the state. Most recent was Mountainside Park. We received just shy of $1.9 million in grant funding for that application. So we'd be looking to make that request to state tonight as part of the resolution. And one last thing I'll touch on as part of the grant application, we are required to perform an environmental impact assessment of the project to make sure we're not adversely impacting the environment in any way. And as I discussed, we're looking to not only look at environmentally sustainable options as far as cork surfacing for the playground, but also including shade structures where none currently exist, additional tree plantings, looking to separate ourselves from the more regulated areas with Nishwain Brook. I think we've taken careful consideration to make sure we do not encroach on the environmentally sensitive areas as much as we can. Again, and if there's any other questions on that, I'm happy to answer that. Last slide I have. Just a brief summary of the survey responses we received. It was a total of 48 respondents as part of the survey, and the majority of which were within the 4th Ward. Diverse age groups of those 48, but the vast majority actually was actually in favor of the town submitting for the grant application. But not only that, indicated that should the town renovate the park as is being proposed tonight, that they would consider visiting the park and utilizing it more frequently. And of the facilities that are most frequently used, again, it's the walking path, the playground, and the outdoor fitness area, as well as the basketball and tennis courts, all of which we're looking to improve upon this in this application. And again, as I mentioned earlier, the majority of the responses that we received as far as maybe not in favor or just concerned with the pickleball courts, again, it was noise and just the thought of losing the tennis courts, which was on the table originally, that has now been revised based on the feedback we received to address the loss of the tennis courts and now additional sound mitigation measures as well.
Can you just say that last part again, Norberto? You said after your survey results, what's been revised?
We revised the plan to maintain the tennis court and add in pickleball with it, as opposed to replacing the tennis court with pickleball completely.
Okay, are you done with your presentation, or you still need to tell us something? Because I have some questions. I didn't want to interrupt anymore if you're...
Feel free.
Okay, so you said that you are... thank you.
Yes, at this time, I guess we're going to move in and give the council an opportunity to ask questions. We'll begin with Councilor Toler.
Sure, thank you. So when is this application due back in? That's my first question. Then my second question is, if there are any changes that need to be made, how does that play into when it's due? Will we have to have another hearing? Do we need to have another meeting? I have a lot of questions, but I'll let you answer those first.
Yeah. Application is due this Friday, February 27th. So once the prerequisite of submitting is this public hearing, as well as the governing body voting to approve the resolution to authorize to submit for that application. But the application is due this Friday. As far as what happens after the fact, as we've done with other projects in the past, including Nishwin Park Playground Project, we will continue to engage with the community, get comments, feedbacks, and make modifications and changes where we need to make sure that the project meets the goals and expectations of the neighborhood.
Okay. And the idea of the pickleball court was something that you drafted and created when you put in the application on your own, or did you get residents' feedback when you put the application
That's
in?
something that was discussed. So, you back up. When we originally came up with the idea of applying for this grant application specifically for Canterbury Park, we had a meeting with various department heads, including the township manager, where we discussed potential options to submit for this grant. Canterbury Park was selected based on its obviously condition, but also in discussing with the recreation director, there was a desire from residents to incorporate pickleball. We presented the idea also to the Human Services Committee, discussed it there. We discussed it with the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee as well, who are also in favor of the project. And like I said, we also had the community engagement through the online survey as well.
Because your survey results that you showed us, it says that people are not in favor
Right.
of incorporating pickleball. The noise, have you done any studies on what the noise would be on that? Because I know this was tried at Mountainside and it didn't go over well, so I'm just curious why it's being brought to Canterbury at this point, because that area is very tight. I don't know if it can handle the traffic that pickleball would bring, and I'm just wondering if you have done any research on what the noise, the speed noise is and how that works.
Yes, so as far as the noise that's generated by pickleball, that obviously varies. It can vary based on who's playing and the type of equipment they're using. There's options to use like quiet paddles or softer.
There's an option for the player to bring a quiet paddle to the park.
Correct.
That has nothing to do with if that's going to work. We have no control over that, right?
Right. Well,
So the pickleball speed is 20 to 50 miles per hour. Games last about 20 minutes. Rallies last about at least 6 to 10 seconds with an average of 4 to 6 shots. That's a lot of noise. A lot of noise.
right, which is
And
why
to
we're
say that
including the.
depending on the type of equipment
Right.
a person would bring with them is something we don't have control over, what kind of paddle they bring, right?
Right.
We can't tell them what to bring.
Right, but that's in addition to the sound mitigation that we're providing on the fencing itself, as well as the additional landscaping that's provided along the perimeter of the facility as well. So, again, you add that as another layer on top. You know, again, this is in the preliminary planning stages. You know, perhaps there's a way we can create an ordinance to require.
So
the
after
use of
hearing
soft
from the
paddle.
public tonight, you may have to make some adjustments to the application, is that correct?
Depending on what that feedback is, yeah.
Okay. I'll let someone else
And
go. Sure.
I want to just help our engineer out a little bit with regard to answering your question, Councilor Toller, about how this came to be. Originally, I've served on the Park and Recreation Advisory Commission for many years with an outstanding team of people. Marcia Almeida is the co-chair, and just some other incredible people that know our parks very well and have been great stewards of the park. And at one of those meetings, we were trying to figure out where a good location for pickleball might be. It was brought to our attention that pickleball was something that, you know, residents in the township said that they wanted to have. And at that time, without going to the community and without giving it a lot of thought, I mentioned that Canterbury Park may want to be considered because the tennis court was not used much. In fact, the majority of the time, the tennis court is used for dogs to defecate and leave poop there, and that was not the best use of that location. And there was not a lot of discussion. So how that went from that discussion to where we are today, you know, must have been on a fast track. But I would like to say that after speaking to the neighbors and after experiencing what we experienced in Brookdale Park, and they tried all types of things to abate the noise so that the residents could rest peacefully in their homes and relax without the sound of the pickleball. There seems to be something that is very difficult to prevent the sound from traveling. And after I went and spoke to many of the neighbors personally, and I've lived there forever, and my family was a founding member of Canterbury Park, I would like to renege on the thought that this should go in Canterbury Park. Canterbury Park is it was built as a passive recreation vest pocket park. And so based on that, we've never had like a lot of loud noises. The neighbors are great stewards of this area. And both the Glen Ridge Avenue, the houses that are closer from Glen Ridge, and the residents that are in closest proximity to the pickleball court do fear that they will not be able to, rest and enjoy that park, which is basically was built based on the fact that the houses in that area have much smaller backyards, and this would be a local area where the neighborhood children can come and relax and have some passive recreation. So the recommendation that I gave in passing during a PRCA meeting without having done any, investigation about what the community wanted is something that I now want to be reconsidered, because I think that it will not be in the best interest of the neighbors that are in closest proximity. In addition to that, I was brought to my attention that when they were planning this on Mountainside, they were trying to plan extra parking spaces because it would encourage people from all over to come in, to play pickleball. This is not that park. This park has no parking, and it is, again, it's for passive activity, for nearby people. There's no parking. So it just doesn't seem now, and I'm sure residents will come forward, and those that are in close proximity will share, what their feelings are, if they still stand where they spoke to me, or if they change their mind. We should hear from them.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just wanted to add the pickleball decibel is 65 to 75. Your survey here, where you have what's the age range for the people in the area, if you take a look at the color coding, people over 50 and 60, 40, 50, and 60 answered these questions, and I'm sure at the end of the night, they don't want to hear pickleball, but that's just me pointing out your survey results, and I just wanted to put the decibel levels on the record at 65 to 75. So, I'm sorry, go ahead, Councilor Williams.
Councilor Williams?
I'm just curious. I was listening to what you were saying, and you're saying that this is intended to be a passive park, but everything in here is basketball, it's tennis, it's not passive activity. So are we looking to scale back everything that's in here, or just the pickleball?
No, so there are no competitive sports in there at all. If you look at the two-person tennis court, that is not like a competitive, like it doesn't have competitive sports, like no football field. The basketball court originally it's not standard size court, I guess. Maybe they'll build it to that or whatever. But it was never built for like competitive aggressive sports. I remember, and many people in this room who've been in the area for a while may remember when they didn't want lights up at Woodman Field, right? An athletic field for the township, for the high school. And they said, oh, let's bring, lights down to Canterbury Park. So it seems as though Canterbury Park has been a park that people come to, I guess, as a last-ditch effort. They didn't want the noise up at Mountainside, and rightfully so. They didn't want it at Brookdale Park, and in fact, they shut that down. And I just think that, now to just insist the smallest in close proximity, the houses are closer to that pickleball court there than most of the houses would have been at Mountainside and even Brookdale. And so when the park was made, we had the coasting hill, which was open, and we talked about things, and I asked, I don't know if you were able to find the original Green Acres application, Because in there, we talked about things like bird watching. We talked about things like a place where people can come, bring a blanket, and read a book. And so when the original Green Acres submission was made, it was all about just having an area where there were not competitive athletics and team sports, I guess, Counselor Williams, I guess team sports like, competitive would be a better way to describe that it's not there. So there was never any intention for that. They even tried to put a baseball field in there one time, and then they went back to the original Green Acres application, which was for, more passive activities.
Mayor?
Yes. Someone said mayor, and I don't know who
It's
was that.
me.
Counselor, oh, I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor.
Although,
I don't know.
okay. I just want to acknowledge, I do understand Councilor Williams's point, and I just also want to just acknowledge, based on the survey results, that 29.2% of the respondents said that they would like the township to incorporate the pickleball courts into Canterbury Park. I understand if the decision is going to be made not to, but I really don't want to completely discount the almost 30% of residents who said that they would like it.
Are those near residents? Because I think it matters whether they live close or whether they live on Upper Mountain and want to drive down and play the pickleball.
I'm just making the point. I
Yeah.
just want to acknowledge that there are some people in the survey who did express that they would like to. I have a few questions, Mr. Hernandez. So,
Sure.
the stormwater management improvements that were noted, can you say a little bit more about what those are?
Yes,
Per the plan?
Certainly. So we are proposing some new pathways, not many, but some, running through the park, connecting the various facilities. So what we look to do is similar to what we did recently at Watchung Plaza Park, is utilize permeable asphalt pathways, which, although asphalt in material, they allow for natural drainage through the pavement, as opposed to our parking lots and roads that don't. And it also has a storage bed beneath it of stone, which provides for some attenuation of stormwater in addition to just, not allowing it to run off directly into the brook that's immediately adjacent to the park. And we could always look to incorporate additional measures as best we can as we go through the design process. But that, at a minimum, is what we look to include.
Okay, so what I think I just heard you say, that's a minimum and there is an opportunity to incorporate more ideas.
Yes.
Okay, and I also read that that all mature trees are going to be staying, nothing's going to be cut down?
No tree removals.
And are there going to be additional tree plantings? That's what I heard?
As was presented tonight,
Okay.
yes.
And in terms of, because this is Green Acres funding, this would be Green Acres funding, do we have other sort of like courts and things? Because that means that they have to be open to everybody, right? So I was just wondering if we have any like tennis courts or anything in other township parks where we might think about, charging a fee for non-residents. Is that something that we could do for?
It's an option.
We talked about that.
However, there's a process to go through that. You have to get approval from the state. You can charge residents and non-residents different fees. However, again, possibly be approved by the state, and the funds that are generated by those fees need to be exclusively used for maintenance and operation of that particular facility.
Yes, Counselor D'Amato?
Well, I'll say on the bright side, the pickleball will annoy the hell out of Glen Ridge, won't it? I mean, so I have one near me of my constituents in Brookdale Park, and it's heavy duty, and the ablation materials that are on the market right now don't really seem to do a lot. So the county has come in and put in heavy blankets on all four sides, and it's not really helping. Pickleball courts are an unusual thing, or any noisy thing like this, skeet shooting or whatever, that it is there are other places that are sort of offloading their problem onto you, which is sometimes a theme for us. Like, people from other communities will come and take advantage of this thing that we have. So I think we need to be very, very careful, and everybody in that neighborhood, really, their voice does get an extra, they have to be listened to extra carefully. And I would say that especially because in Mountainside Park, we were through that. Now, elsewise, I would just say that, like, I know that there was a process here with the Parks and Rec Committee and the Human Services Committee, but it is a little unhappy for me as the head of the Facilities Committee that this is the first time I'm seeing this on a Saturday, basically, before being asked to vote for something on a Tuesday that's going to be there for 5 or 10 years. And I know these deadlines creep up, but just if we're going to do this right, we need to get ahead of the 8 ball a little bit. We had this experience in Watchung Plaza Park
Yep. Yeah.
and Mountainside, and I know that you're, it's a fire hose of stuff that you have to deal with, but this is, we can't do it over the course of a day or two
Yep.
on the council.
Yeah.
And we're all getting to vote for
Agreed.
this.
Yep.
So again, I would say that based on everything I know, I love genuinely, I think it's great that pickleball is this great thing. I would like to do it. It sounds like a great sport. I also actually do like skeet shooting and go-kart racing. I wouldn't put them in a park nearby. It's just, it's tough, but that's the way I would be on it.
Ma'am?
Yes, Councilor Toller?
Sure, thank you. Thank you for that, Councilor D'Amato. I appreciate your words there. I too live across the street from Glenfield Park, and if you know where that pickleball court is to Woodland Avenue, I can hear that every single day. And that's quite a distance. I did have a question about the shade structures that you said you're going to put over the benches. Will there be any type of sun sails put over the new play equipment for the children? Can money be used there if we decide we want to remove the pickleball court? And
Certainly.
the walking path, are we considering, or have you considered any type of native garden flowers or plants to go there? It's a beautiful park, those cherry blossom trees not cherry blossoms, what are those purple trees? I can't think of the name of them right now. Those are beautiful, that archway. It would be nice to put some more flowers there. But I'm just curious about the sun sails. Has that any consideration been given to putting some sun sails over the equipment?
Yeah, certainly. Some were already included as part of that conceptual level design, but we can certainly look to include additional if so desired. That's not a problem.
Okay, and then I hear you talking about the brook, right? And some things being close to it, and maybe Mary, you can answer this question too. Has there been any issues with the brook in the past that we need to be concerned about for the future? Because as far as there's been no flooding, no nothing, so I'm just wondering why we're bringing the brook into some of this decision-making and moving things if there's been no issues. Have you been aware of any issues with the brook there?
Not particularly, no. But again, we're just looking to make improvements where we can. Just because it has not been an issue yet doesn't mean that one day it won't be. So we're just looking to be a little bit proactive there in that sense.
Okay.
That's all.
And we don't have any parking down there. You're aware of that, right?
I'm aware, yes.
Unless someone else has another question, I don't want to hold up the evening.
Councilor Birmingham?
No, I would just defer on the pickleball. I understand that there's been different opinions on it, but I think if it's not desired, and I do think the fact that there's not parking there is also difficult because I think games are quick and people, my understanding is that people will rotate in and out, and so that there might need to be a lot of cars or there might be a lot of people. So I would defer on potentially redoing it as a tennis court. And that, I think, is what you did with Mountainside, right? You have the option there. Yeah. Can I just ask, though, can you send the information on the sound dampening material? Because I believe that was promised at the skate park when they put a new skate park in there, and that was never installed. So can you send that information so we can get that? Thank you.
Sure.
May I just ask one more question? I'm sorry.
Yes, Councilor
You said
Toller.
the outdoor fitness area, you weren't going to do any changes there at all, or?
We're reconstructing that area. Yeah,
Okay,
but
very
it's
good.
very similar in kind replacement. Like I said, the walking path alignment, we're not looking to make any changes to that itself, but we're redoing it because it's just aged at this point, as well as the equipment that'll be replaced, the new surfacing, but very similar to how it exists today.
Okay, and I guess the next park project will get it in advance, right?
Yeah, I mean, yes, yes.
So at this time, please, if it's okay with you, engineer, may I invite the public to come forward, people that wish to be heard on this? This part is
Certainly.
just for the Canterbury Park. It's a public hearing just for the Canterbury Park, please. Yeah, no, you won't have a number maybe for this, but we still do need your name, and it would be helpful, please, if you let us know if you live by Canterbury Park or not.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. Phil Johnson, I live at 55 Chestnut Hill Place. Chestnut Hill Place is the road that parallels Canterbury Park on the east side in Glenridge. I've lived there 25 years, a very proud resident of that
Yes,
space. And
yes.
some small split-level homes, and I'm here on behalf of my other fellow neighbors who live, I think, appreciate the comments, Councilmember Toller, Mayor Baskerville, for your comments about the noise. Certainly noise is one key consideration.
Yeah.
One of my neighbors is an overnight nurse at St. Barnabas, so she works 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., so sleeping during the day, and that repetitive noise and the frequency of that noise is very difficult in terms of managing that. I appreciate the engineer's consideration of noise abatement. Certainly if this were to go forward as a pickleball option, to have something like that in place, but we would really appreciate, renovating it as a tennis court, keeping it in that use as it was primarily determined to be. Last comment on the environmental impact assessment that was included. It states, quote, noise levels will return to pre-construction conditions typical of a public playground. I think, as Councilmember Toller referenced, the noise is not the same. Tennis is not the same as pickleball in terms of noise, and I think having the current facilities as they are is more in how that neighborhood park should be operated. So thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you for joining us, and yes, the Glen Ridge homes would be much closer than any of the homes in Montclair, so it's important to us that you're heard. Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, my name is Daniel Derrico. I live at 430 Washington Avenue in Montclair. And my twin boys grew up at Canterbury Park. We live a few blocks away. It's like a hidden gem. It really is a quiet oasis, which I think might be threatened by the pickleball. But we appreciate the basketball courts, the open field, the sledding hill, all those things are great there. But I believe that the park is really too small for pickleball, and I really don't think I quite trust these additions that are going to make it more quiet, some extra trees and things like that. It just seems like the sound is going to penetrate them. I've read that the sound of the pickleball is more like a car backfiring than like almost like the gentle pong from a tennis racket. And I don't play either tennis or pickleball, so I have no investment in either one. But I just feel like pickleball probably is not the best choice. The yards that back up from Glen Ridge are really right there, except for a chain link fence. The sound is going to go flying over there. We don't want to have lawsuits or more complaints from between towns about it. Right. And then they have to rip up the pickleball afterwards anyway. I'm just thinking ahead. So anyway, that's my feeling about that. And I hope you do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next guest, please.
Hi, Janet Ewart, 5 Ward Place, Montclair.
Good evening.
Good evening. I live directly across the street from Orange Road, so I visit this park quite frequently with my dog. I just want to say there's a couple of things that need to be understood, and I wish you had come to the neighbors who butt up against that area. The square footage of that is 8 acres, that's it. Brookdale is 120 acres. Mountainside is quite large. And I wanted to ask, are there any pickleball courts on the other sides of town or any of those other parks? There's frequent lawsuits all over the country, in South Florida, in Idaho, for the relentless noise, and the decibel is over 70, and it's also a C6. I don't know if you understand pitch, if any of you are musicians and understand pitch, but a C6 sound is like the beeping of a garbage truck, which it is grating on the nerves. There is no way to buffer pickleball. The paddle is hollow, as is the ball, which is why the sound is so disruptive. I please do not want to hear. I moved into this neighborhood because it was so quiet, and Canterbury Park, like the name, is like a fairy tale. It's quiet, it's serene. We do use the tennis courts. Maybe you weren't there when, the tennis courts have been used, but I have personally gone over there when I could play tennis years ago and used the tennis courts. I also would like to ask you, why are you changing the basketball court when there's been no flooding? There's been no flooding issues. So why would you need to move it and spend that money? Why not spend that money for other things? Also, you talked about not removing any of the trees. There are widowmakers in that park. There are old trees that are over 100 years old in that park, and you do not walk underneath them. They are breaking off. They're old. They're over probably 50, 60, 70 years old. I have a tree in my yard that's over 135 years old, and we maintain it. That park is not being maintained now, even with the trees. So you're saying you're not going to remove any trees. You have to. It's very necessary. I don't want to go over my time, but I just want to say that I don't think it will work. We don't want it. When the kids go there, like you said, like Mayor said, Mrs. Mayor Baskerville said, this is a non-competitive park in every way, shape, and form. When people are working out on the fitness equipment, they're usually 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 people. I would love to know what you're going to do with that, because I have actually gone over and worked on it. A ballet bar would be lovely, or something like that. A little more cushiness, but I don't see any reason to move the basketball court if there's no reason to. Just resurface it. So that's what I wanted to say. But I do see a lot of lawsuits happening, and I would probably be one of them. So just be warned. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hubart. Next guest, please. Welcome.
Hi. Oops. Hello. I'm Deirdre Karcher. I'm from Franklin Place, and I used to live on Willowdale, which backs right into Canterbury. Used to look out my window to see that tennis courts were being used or not. If not, I would go over there and play tennis. I use Canterbury Park 4 seasons out of the year. I'm there all the time. When the trees bloom, when they don't bloom, I've walked through that scape of woods in the back. I've even planted trees there when my kids were little for Arbor Day. And there are some standing dead back there that need to be replaced. I don't know if there's a disease going through there or not, but that's somewhere to put some thought into, because that is a beautiful wooded walkway for bird watching. And it is a passive park. You can go in up there and you can see people sitting up on the hill with their puppies. Mm-hmm. Children are sleigh riding. There was one time I went there and it was hot, and they had made this huge water slide out of plastic bags going down the hill. It was all these neighborhood kids that backed up to it. Mm. So that is a passive park. It's used, it's played in, and it's been lovely. And I've lived there for over 30 years, and I go there all the time. So thank you.
Thank you for coming. Next guest, please.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Blanchfield. I live at 11 Willowmere, so directly across the entrance on the corner of Willowmere and Willowdale. I can attest to there not being any parking and a lot of people coming from outside the neighborhood on Saturday mornings to have their little ones do a little soccer tournament at 7:30 in the morning on a Saturday when you want to sleep and they're waking you up. But yeah, so I'm all for not having pickleball either, and I've been enlightened and educated, so I want to thank you and the public for sharing the information about the volume of noise and the level that would irritate and upset a lot of us, because I moved there over 7 years ago because of the park. It's a beautiful park. That's what attracted me to that neighborhood. I've lived in Montclair for over 20 years, but fell in love with that neighborhood. And I have a couple of things. First, the Deputy Mayor Anderson mentioned the water drainage. I want to make it a point to make sure you know that there is, after even minimal rain, there's a number of puddles that form along the pathway from the Willowmere-Willowdale entrance corner, down towards the entrance of the playground. And so it forms a lot of puddles, and you imagine little kids, right, playing in the playground, but then they get all dirty. So maybe consider having some kind of garden there that would naturally collect the water that forms. I think that would maybe be a good idea. Also, sorry, I have a couple notes here. There's no mention of the gaping holes that are in the black iron fence that right now is right adjacent to the basketball courts, because every time we play basketball, the balls fall in the cracks and then they go into the creek and you have to go down and get them. Also, I'm really hoping that you keep the monkey bars in the adult area, because I use those all the time, really great for upper body strength, and we need some shade over there. There's no shade in that area. And I'm not sure about this, but I think it's our neighbors that have kept for a long time the soccer post there, and a lot of kids come and play. I don't know if the town would even just be able to put up just the post so that parents, if they want to bring their own net. In the survey, I specifically asked if along that same field, you guys could just implant like the metal posts so that we can come and put our own, for example, volleyball nets, and then we can play volleyball if simply the posts were allowed to be there. Because right now we have to drag our own posts, and it's really hard to set them up and bring them back down again. This might sound a little odd, but it's true. Parents have found in the playground before, used condoms in like the slide, right, that's enclosed. So I love those slides. When I take my kids to Glenfield, I'm all about going down the enclosed slide, like love it. It's so much fun. But think about having one with like one that you can't lay in comfortably, right? Or maybe it's like open on the bottom and like really seriously. And then lastly, I'm one of those strange people that really enjoy walking behind the tennis courts in the wooded area. So I hope that no barrier goes up there. I'm very precautious with the ticks and everything, but when it's no vegetation, I take walks in the winter. So hopefully that'll. All right. Thank you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming out. Next guest, Mr. Carr. How are you?
Hi, my name is Bill Carr. I live at 11 Pierpont Drive, and if you know anything about Pierpont Drive, it's right in the park. I would like to say that I see people playing tennis on a regular basis when the weather permits. A couple of things. One is there's a sign right at the beginning of the park on Pierpont. I think that sign must be, I don't know how old the park is, but it must have been put there when the park was put there, saying that the park is open until 10 o'clock, and you're not supposed to be in the park after 10 o'clock. And nobody can read it. I think that sign should be, not a big sign, but just, it's only about a foot and a half wide and long. But it should be redone so people can read it. Also, I have seen that people come into the park after 10 o'clock, especially in the summertime, and I have called the police, and the police never came. So I'd like to issue a complaint that if a citizen, I give my name, I'm sure my number comes up, but they just poo-poo it and don't come. I would like to say that I've been at 10 Pierpont since 1998. And since I've been there, there's been a lot of things happening. There was a murder-suicide 100 yards from my house. And I think that as a taxpayer, the police should come when there is a complaint. Also, going to the pickleball situation. I do think that it's a non-starter for me. As I said, people do play tennis. Also, there's no parking. And I agree with the mayor, Councilwoman Toller, it's a passive park. People come, they walk their kids. Mostly it's basketball. It's the walking course, and it's the playground. That is really used. It was used just today, and it's snow. So if I could put my bid in, you can put pickleball somewhere else. Listen to the police department, if they're here, should listen to taxpayers, especially at Canterbury Park. And I don't want to be morbid, but I'll repeat, there was a murder-suicide at Canterbury. It's a nice park, but, things happen. So that's all I have to say.
Next guest, please.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
So, thank you for putting cork surface. That does not go unnoticed, and it means a lot that you're choosing a material that's not a petrochemical and that will remain cool. I wonder if you would talk maybe with the residents to see if they would welcome maybe a water element for kids when it's hot in the summer or not. I know that can attract people, but with hot summers and not everybody has access to a pool, that might be a nice thing. And then I know you've mentioned shade structures, but if there's any kind of way of landscaping additional trees there for shade around the playground, that might be nice as well. Just a note about Green Acres. So Green Acres is not just for recreation. It's open space for recreation and conservation purposes and the development of outdoor recreational facilities. So you could apply for a Green Acres grant and do absolutely nothing recreational and still apply for it, right? So I think we need to start thinking a little bit about that when we look at our parks. We don't have that much open space, but I think every opportunity to get money from Green Acres should also help us in our goals towards climate mitigation and resiliency and sustainability. And the Parks and Rec Commission is fantastic, and they take care of everybody having fun and having activities in town, but I'd encourage you to talk to the Environmental Commission,
Yes.
to the Sustainability Office,
Yeah.
and to just sort of approach these opportunities, because $3 million is a lot, holistically, so that we can maybe get as many needs put in one area as possible. It would be cool, especially if we're getting free money. I would also point you to the updated guidance for community engagement, which really brings us to a place where we need more community engagement about these projects way before the public hearing, especially when the public hearing is only 3 days before the deadline. And that I think they've made it even more important in the application because of potentially controversial things like pickleball and artificial turf. And so it's really good for everybody to have a moment and say. And for the survey, 48 respondents is just not a lot. I don't know what the population is in the Fourth Ward, but it seems like a tiny percentage. So we need to do better with surveys, I think, with whatever mechanisms we can for outreach. And then my other question was, and I'm almost done, the tree canopy at Canterbury. Are you able to find out how much it has decreased? I know Ms. Hubert, rightfully pointed out that there are trees don't last forever. There are trees that are aging. So obviously they need pruning because they might be super healthy, but might need some limbs pruned. But we need a succession plan, because once those trees are done servicing our air, we need their baby trees, coming up to do the job for the next generation, and we can't not think about that. And these funds can be used for a succession plan for trees, native trees, obviously. And my last two questions are the permeable asphalt. Is that like the one at Watchung? And is there a chance to explore a non-petrochemical material like permeable concrete? which would achieve the same thing but not fund the petrochemical industry. And lastly, same thing with the running track. I'm assuming it's made of recycled rubber crumb. I don't know what other options there are, but in the same way that we explored different surfacing options that are non-petrochemical for the playground, perhaps there's like a plant-based. I think I read something, I don't know, not my area of expertise, but I think there's a plant-based material for running tracks that might be, again, a really cool thing for Montclair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Good evening, Johanna Coxeter from Lincoln Street in the 4th Ward, but not near Canterbury Park. First, I want to thank you for improving Canterbury Park. And I was really glad to hear that no trees will be cut down and there will be 100% native species put in. Excellent. And I like the previous speaker's suggestion to use some of the money for succession planning for trees for the future.
Mm-hmm. I like that.
And I'll add my voice to the anti-pickleball court contingent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Hi, Jessica Stolzberg. I live in Montclair. I had a few questions. You said you got 48 surveys back?
Yes.
That's just through the town website? That's how people accessed it? Did you let the people who lived adjacent to the park know that that there were changes being made right by their homes? Was anyone contacted?
I believe the communications director sent out email notifications and posted on social media. That I do know for sure.
So emails were sent to residents?
I'm not sure about the email blast, but I do know that it was posted on social media.
Okay. My guess is our
website.
Right, thank you. I'm guessing our communications person doesn't have access to Glen Ridge emails. So
I don't believe so, no.
right. So there was a neighbor from Glen Ridge here where while one counselor might think it's fun to make his life uncomfortable, it sounds like not contacting the neighbors that are literally going to be impacted by changes at a park is something that maybe we need to be considering when we're doing projects that impact whether it's only Montclair residents or the adjacent Glen Ridge residents. Like people, in the olden days, people got letters dropped off, at their door. You can get addresses, et cetera. The other thing is regarding pickleball, really surprised to see this come up again. It's almost as if, wow, we dodged a bullet in the 1st ward and now they're going to try in the 4th ward. And I don't know where it's coming from, but do you know the distance that's recommended for pickleball courts from residences? Do you know what that is?
I believe it's desired 500 feet.
So are these 500 feet from all those homes?
No.
No.
Which is why we had the mitigating factors included.
So some trees are the mitigating factors?
In addition to the acoustic panels.
So I think the 500 feet isn't when it's wide open, it's just 500 feet. How many feet are these pickleball courts from the homes?
I don't have the number offhand. I'd say probably 100 to 150.
Okay. So I think right there, pickleball courts have to be taken off the table. If anybody wants to Google pickleball courts noise issues, see what comes up from a Google response. This is, as other people have mentioned, this is a national hazard at this point. And so again, if 30% of the respondents wanted it out of 48, that's not very many, and I don't think it's worth really impacting the lives of the people around it. So I'm really here to comment about that. We've got to improve the communication so that people really know something's happening, because I don't know about most people in this room, but I don't go to the town website very often.
Right.
I go to actually find out the schedule of the meetings, and that's kind of about it. And a lot of people go to find out how to get their pool pass. But they don't go to say, hey, maybe something might be happening in my neighborhood that I should know about. That's just not what we're using it for. And I think that dissemination of these kind of projects is simply not reaching the general public. And I think that really needs to be improved upon. And lastly, I noticed that there are benches on a concrete slab. We know that there were some sort of things weren't as people had hoped in many ways for the Watchung Plaza renovation. If anyone wants to go see what happens when benches get thrown haphazardly onto concrete slabs, go to Watchung Plaza. Please don't do that at this park. Give people a comfortable, cool place to be that's nestled, surrounded by some plants. I mean, there's got to be more to do than sit them give them seating on a concrete slab in the wide open. So I hope that also can be improved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Good evening. I'm John Pisante. I live at Rosedale Avenue. I own and occupy a home there. I'm about half a block from Canterbury Park. I am here to make a single suggestion. With respect to the non-petrochemical flooring, the cork flooring, have you given any thought to making it from recycled cork?
It is.
It is?
It is.
Okay, excellent, because cork grows on the bark of oak trees in the Mediterranean basin, mostly in Portugal, and they've been producing significantly less cork in recent years due to climate change. So I would really strongly encourage the township to consider using recycled cork. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so at this point in time, I'd like to thank everyone that came out to be heard about the Canterbury Park improvement plans. And we're going to move on to our next presentation that we have. And our Councilor Rahum Williams will tell us a little bit about that and ask that our team come up to present. Councilor Williams?
Well, I'm not presenting, but I'll introduce some of the town's employees who I've been working with on this project. We've basically been looking at all of the parking lots and the parking decks in town and comparing them to other towns and trying to adjust the pricing so that, which hasn't been adjusted since 2019, adjust the parking pricing so that it matches kind of the maintenance that's required to maintain all these lots and decks in towns of that nature. But I'll leave it to the experts. Jake and Manny, take it away.
Councilor Toller, okay. Thank you. Good evening, and thank you very much for joining us.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to turn this microphone off. Good evening, everyone, and everyone at home. We just want to do a quick parking utility presentation of why we feel that the rates, meter rates, permit rates need to go up. My name is Emmanuel Germano.
My name is Jacob Neiman. For those in the public, I'm the new Complete Streets Director in town. Very excited to be here.
So I guess we're going to start with the basics. And parking in Montclair, why does a parking utility exist? Parking is a limited resource that we have that is allowed to the township that we need to control, we need to monitor. It needs proper management. It serves the residents, stakeholders be the township. And what we do is, by way of permitting, metering and enforcement works to ensure the parking is available, safe, and responsibly allocated. It's something that we feel that.
Yeah, it's the way I think about it, and I think the way Manny thinks about it is there's a dual mandate for the parking utility. That mandate is to, one, collect the revenue it needs to maintain and provide the services it provides, and two, it's to responsibly allocate one of the municipality's few intrinsically scarce resources. We only have so much land in Montclair. It's about 6.28 square miles. It's not getting bigger unless you know something I don't know. That being said, only a portion of that land is municipal land, and in talking with the township's tax map engineer, about 17% of the municipality is right-of-way. That's not just the paved parts of the streets, but it's the area the town is responsible for. That's an incredibly limited resource, and in Montclair, it's incredibly valuable. The parking utility is the one who's responsible for managing that scarce resource.
So in saying that, we also, there's something here that people don't understand, and that is the enforcement part of it. We do enforce, the parking utility does enforce the parking. However, the return on the enforcement, the revenue from enforcement is cents on the dollar. We do not write tickets just because we want to write tickets. We do not write tickets for the township or for the utility for that matter to make a lot of money. So the only reason we do write tickets is what we call behavior modification, and that's to enforce the laws that are on the books. We are self-funding, and because we are self-funding, we have to be careful with that information.
To touch on that, I think one of the examples of this that I would look at is the 2-hour limit on parking. If all the utility cared about was raising revenue, we wouldn't care where that next 2 hours worth of money was coming from. But we do care. The reason that time limit's there is to ensure that parking, whether it be a 2-hour spot or a 1-hour spot, whatever it may be, to ensure that it turns over. That parking space is a public resource. It's owned by the municipality, it's managed by the municipality, and it should be available to other people in the municipality, other stakeholders. And so that 2-hour limit, it's not about making more money, it's about managing that resource and ensuring that parking is available for folks who need it when they need it. That being said, the utility has other options for longer term parking, for example, the decks. The 2-hour limit doesn't apply in the decks because we have capacity there and space for folks to ensure that we're meeting the needs of all different users. There's night permits for those who only need to park during the evenings and day permits for those during the day. It's about meeting the needs of residents, stakeholders, businesses, not just making money, because that's not the goal of the utility, other than paying its bills.
And to add to that, the meter rates haven't changed in 2018. So our meter rates seem stagnant, but yet the expenses that the parking utility has been dealing with have gone up year after year. This is something that has caused us to defer some maintenance that we really should be doing. We have an aging infrastructure, some of the decks, Fullerton deck, everyone knows that needs some serious work on it. And for long-term stability and financial stability, we need to raise the rates. The parking modernization, because we haven't changed anything since 2018, we've still been changing some systems around. We implemented a license plate recognition system, which basically facilitates our enforcement officers for enforcing the permits. It lets us automate the system where before they would have to look up every single individual pass to make sure the pass was a valid pass. Well, now the cameras can do that job for us. That information does not get shared, by the way, Councilor Harrison, just so you know. That is an information that we keep to ourselves. It is internal, and that's it. In addition to that, we also had to upgrade our equipment. I don't know if everybody remembers or not, but when the meters all died, when Verizon decided to turn off 3G without notifying us, it was a costly expense to upgrade all the meters to 4G. We upgraded from 3G to 4G. It cost the town almost $200,000 to do that. It cost the parking utility, actually, not the town, but the parking utility. I refrain. And the reason we're actually changing right now from meters to pay stations is because we see that in the future 4G is going to go away and something else is going to come along. Whether it's going to be 5G, 6G, we're not sure, but these pay stations are going to be a lot easier to upgrade, and it's a module that we can actually change out in the field as opposed to before we had to send all the meters back to the vendor for repair. Along with that, we also have online app payment, which is, I would say right now is about 75% of our revenue is coming from app payments, just so you know. App payments and credit cards.
And one of the things to understand about that shift to a more automated digital system is it exists alongside the traditional system of going around and collecting change out of parking meters. So we already have the fixed costs of picking up change, selling permits, all of that. And then you add on all these digital infrastructure costs that have layers on top of them, whether it become transaction fees or processing fees, which are borne both by the parking utility and in some cases residents. And so there have been real changes in how transactions are processed, and that's meant significant new costs for the utility. So all of this goes towards an understanding of the role pricing plays in the broader management of the municipality's curb space, street space, and right-of-way. By making sure that we're properly pricing parking, which is a limited resource in this community, as we all know, We are better managing the curb space, making sure that it's available to those who need it most at the time they need it most. And in addition to that, that leads to safer and better behaviors. A lot of the behaviors that we see in our most congested areas, such as Bloomfield Avenue, are annoying as a driver. They slow up traffic and increase congestion, but they also lead to really unsafe behaviors. If you've got folks double parking because they can't find a loading zone spot, that's not only leading to the traffic behind them stopping, it's leading to cars jutting out and trying to move quickly to get around them. It's leading to rapid, unexpected behaviors, both from drivers and pedestrians. It's not safe. It leads to people parking in no parking zones, which are no parking zones for a reason. It blocks fire hydrants. There's all sorts of issues that come about, negative externalities, to this improperly priced parking. If you charge the right amount for the parking that you need to, you will ensure that there's space available so those sorts of disruptive, dangerous behaviors don't have to happen. Because folks don't want to double park. They want to park on the curb where they can do so safely, but they do it because they feel there's no alternative. This goes to the necessity of some changes to municipal policy we think should be considered by the governing body. That would be better management of our pre-existing loading zones and an expansion of similar kind of short-term parking resources. So right now, the township's loading zones, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Manny, are available from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. They have a 30-minute limit, and after 6 p.m., it's the wild, wild west. There's no metering of those spots. There's no regulation of those spots. By changing the regulations of those loading zones, you allow for a better management of that scarce resource. You ensure that the township is not missing out on the revenue that comes from maintaining those spots. And you ensure that the loading zone remains available when it's most needed, right? When are folks picking up food on Bloomfield Avenue, getting in and out of Ubers? It's happening in the evenings, and having the loading zones continue to be enforced after the 6 p.m. hour is going to ensure that that space remains available when it's most needed.
And to add to that, by meaning we want to monitor the loading zones after 6 p.m. doesn't mean we necessarily have to charge after 6 p.m. We can do something like other towns do where we have 15-minute parking. You have to start a session with one of the apps. You park for 15 minutes, and after 15 minutes, you do start getting charged. So we can still offer the free parking at loading zones, but at this point, we can control who's parking at the loading zones and for how long they're staying. Because like Jake says, right now, it's the wild, wild west out there in the loading zones.
How does all of this tie into complete streets and safer streets? We touched on that before when it comes to better management of curb space leading to safer driving behaviors. Higher curb space turnover, right? Making sure that parking remains available to those who need it means you've got less congestion because you've got fewer folks circling. It means you've got fewer erratic behaviors or undesirable behaviors because there's space in legal, safe, regulated spots. And it coincide, and all of those changes coincide with the township's Vision Zero goals, right? Which is to eliminate fatalities and serious injuries on municipal roads in Montclair. By limiting dangerous behaviors, we limit the risk to everyone else on the road. Any holistic parking management plan needs to consider the way people actually use the roads and the streets, and we have to consider that behavior and not just assume they're going to behave like we want them to. If they did, they wouldn't be parking, double parking, they wouldn't be parking in striped locations. And so by adapting the curb space management to allow for more short-term and rapid turnover of spots, we're going to do a better job making sure everyone can get where they need to go safely.
So with that being said, we're proposing that, or we're suggesting that the street meters, which are currently $1 an hour, go up to $1.50 an hour. That the lot meters that are 75 cents an hour go up to $1 an hour. We're also suggesting that in the CBD area, because we have decks available, that we raise the meters to $3 an hour after 5 p.m. from Thursday through Saturday. We didn't pick this out of the air. This is all data-driven stuff. This is information that data that we've gathered, reports that we've gathered, that these are the busiest times this is the busiest times for the meters in the CBD area. and also that this is the area that's most congested in town. We can't do this in Upper Montclair, for example, because there's no parking decks up there. So it's not like we can say, okay, if you go park at the parking deck, it's going to cost you X, but if you park on the street, it's going to park you X. And I'm pretty sure that Upper Montclair, from the data that we received, does not get as busy as CBD area. In addition to that, the monthly permits, as you see in this chart, we're a little bit on the low side as far as what we charge currently for monthly permits. These are all towns that have New Jersey Transit access, and this is why we took these towns. There are the towns that charge less, but they don't have New Jersey Transit access. They're not similar to Montclair. So we propose on the surface lots that we change the night permits from 45 to 50, the non-train lots, which is the non-commuter lots, from 50 to 60, and the train lots from 60 to 7. Now, you see that it's an 11% increase, a 20% increase, a 17% increase. But if you take it average from 2018 till now, your actual increase is actually like 1.4%, which is actually not that big of an increase. The problem is that it hasn't been done. For the decks, we propose that the base street, which is currently $100 a month, be changed to $125 a month to try to bring it up to speed, to bring it up to current value of what we're charging at the Crescent deck and Midtown deck. And as far as the standard decks, which would be, this would include Crescent deck and Midtown deck, we would change the day permits from 70 to 75, the night permits from 60 to 65, and the 24-hour access to 130, from 130 to 140. In addition to that, on Bay Street, I know there's been a lot of demand for Bay Street to have night permits, so we would like to have a night permit for $65, which is the same as the night permits at Crescent deck and Midtown deck. This we calculate more or less that we're going to get approximately a meter revenue increase of 35% per year and a permit revenue of approximately 14% per year. I know 14% is not a lot. It is a lot, but it's really not a lot considering we haven't raised it since 2018. And it's not something that we're not trying to rob the residents. We're just trying to keep the Montclair parking utility, alive and well.
All of these investments are done ultimately to better manage and serve those who need parking in Montclair. These investments allow for the payment flexibility that comes from the pay stations, right? Being able to use Apple Pay or Google Pay to make payments. It comes from the updated night permit system that relies on license plates rather than you having to hang a piece of paper on your rearview mirror. It allows the utility to maintain the infrastructure going forward. I'm sure the 3G to 4G switch is not going to be the first unexpected hundreds of thousands of dollars we need to spend in technology. And this allows the utility to be nimble enough and responsive enough to keep serving residents while also keeping its books balanced. It's also invested in ensuring enforcement is done more efficiently and responsibly. And so we've got, kind of to start to sum it up, some recommendations on the policy side, some recommendations on the practice side. On the policy side, we want to update the meter and permit rates. We want to raise them to at least where we proposed to ensure the continued financial soundness of the parking utility and ensure proper management of the curb space. We want to adjust the meter hours to account for actual usage. Right now they end at 7 o'clock. And I don't know if you've been on Bloomfield Avenue after 7 o'clock, but there are still plenty of folks out. And that goes for all around town, right? Making sure the meters are operating when people are using the parking is of vital importance from the management point of view. We want to amend the loading zone ordinance to ensure proper management of that limited curb space, and then increase the availability of similar short-term parking, right? It can be a loading zone, it can be a drop-off zone like exists on Church Street, but we think it's reasonable that we have at least 2 of those per block in the business districts to ensure that when someone needs to just run in and pick up their food or get dropped off by a cab, that there's space for them to do it so they're not double parked, they're not blocking crosswalks, and they're not causing other issues on our roadways.
And these proposed drop-off pickup areas will be also monitored. Again, we can offer the same setup that we're going to be doing with loading zones, depending on the amount of time that we set these up for.
And then just on the practice side, we think it's really important that we make decisions as a utility based on data, right? We should be responsive to what evidence is showing us. And if that's showing us that parking is underpriced because every single spot seemingly is full just about every day in some of our business districts, that probably means there's an issue with the management of it. We want to do a review of our best practices annually. That doesn't necessarily mean changing rates annually, but it means looking at the data and saying, what do we need to do to make sure that the utility remains financially sound, but that we're also managing our parking appropriately. That can be policy changes, that can be rate changes, whatever it may be. And as always, communication ought to be robust. It ought to engage the public before and after these changes are made, and it should be an ongoing process and transparency, right? The utility is of the township government. It is a publicly accountable body, and accordingly, right, we need to be transparent and straightforward with what's going on there. And those are our practice recommendations. And any questions?
In addition to that, we will be working with Complete Streets on everything that we do. So that's why we have Jacob here, because we want to make sure that we work together on all these policies and rate changes and everything else.
Great presentation. Thank you very much, councilors. You want to go? Councilor D'Amato? Thanks
so much. Great show. Not to put you on the spot, but just to get some numbers, some rough numbers. The percentage of metered spaces in the central business district, by your definition, between lots and the street is roughly what?
I believe the number was around 700, if I'm not mistaken.
On the street?
That's on the street, not including the lots. The lots may be an additional 300 or so, more or less. You have Maple Plaza, Valley Road, South Fullerton, Plymouth, and then you have the decks. The decks themselves actually are about the Crescent deck is 420. The Midtown deck is around 390, I believe it is.
So in the decks, we have significantly more than we have on the street.
The Midtown deck alone is about double what's on Bloomfield Avenue for the entire stretch. Yeah,
right,
the decks have a ton of capacity. And that doesn't even count the private decks that also exist in the central business district.
And what is the running key number for the utilization of those decks? Like, let's say the new Midtown deck, which is Glenridge Avenue.
So the Crescent deck has been filling up lately, but it's also as it fills up, it also people leave and basically we're turning it around on Fridays and Saturdays depending on the weather. Believe it or not, we're filling it up maybe sometimes twice. Sometimes 3 times. The Midtown deck, however, it's only when there's events at the Wellmont is when it seems to be filling up. As far as on a regular Monday through Wednesday, it's not filling up at all.
Okay. One other question is, and this would be necessarily sort of anecdotal, is there less utilization of the transit stop permits that have always been in very high demand? In other words, like when you go through those lots, like the Upper Montclair lot or at Watchung Plaza, I guess, the lot that's behind Fairfield Street, are we seeing more empty spaces during the day because of maybe people working from home, or is it largely unchanged?
So it's the same as Bay Street. I'm going to use Bay Street as an example.
Okay.
Bay Street deck Mondays and Fridays are probably half empty. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, Bay Street is filling up at by 7 o'clock, between 7 and 7:30, the deck is full.
Is that different than it was a few years ago?
Since COVID, we've picked back up again to normal. That's the normal thing.
But Monday,
and
Friday,
same thing goes for our surface lots too. So all our commuter lots,
right.
You may drive around on a Friday afternoon and say, "How come you're not selling more permits? How come I'm on a wait list? The lot's half empty, and this is ridiculous." Well, the reason for that is that somebody is paying for those, even though the spots may be empty. Somebody is paying for those for the spaces. If I sell you the space and somebody else already pays for the space, becomes an issue like you have with the airlines, where they double sell, and then people are not going to find parking spaces.
True. Now, the last one is, do you believe that at these proposed rates, I'm sure probably the answer would be yes, but do you really believe that at these proposed rates you would see a change in behavior, let's say on a Friday night when people are coming in to go to a restaurant, that people will, I mean, if they're spending $75 on a veal chop somewhere like in Montclair now, like, are they really going to go into the deck? Like, how is that going to change? Is that going to change behavior, do you think?
So the pricing of the decks is gonna, we're not proposing changing that, right? That's still $2 an hour. What that does is that encourages folks who would be considering a street spot to go towards the deck.
Right.
There's a persistent problem that any parking management faces, which is that parking decks are not great places to spend time if you're not a car. They're not generally the most desirable, and so people, to an extent, avoid them. They need to be encouraged to use them, and by pricing the street parking at a higher rate because of its greater demand, you encourage folks to consider the deck. Right? If you know you're going to be out to dinner for 2 hours and you can save $2 by parking in the deck rather than the lot, anyone who's price conscious is going to make that choice. And it goes to the idea of management rather than revenue generation being the goal here, right? If you just wanted to make more money, just raise prices across the board, but that's not what we're seeking to do. We're seeking to better manage a scarce resource. There is availability in the parking decks, whether it be the Midtown deck, Bay Street after hours, or even the Crescent most times, right? The fact that it's filling up sometimes doesn't mean it's not available most times. And if it's filling up, that just means we're doing a good job using it. It's all good things. It's about management. And so by keeping the deck pricing lower, you're going to encourage folks, nudge folks, not make them move towards the decks when they're able. And by keeping the street prices higher, you ensure that when someone really needs that space, whether that be a short-term spot, right, to drop someone off who may have some mobility challenges, or someone who needs to be closer, they're driving themselves, but they need to be close. If you have the better management of that curb space, you can ensure that that space is available to them. You can ensure that they're easily able to park near where they need to be.
Excellent. Could you just rewind to that page to show, just for people to be able to see the proposed rates? Yeah. No.
The deck one or?
One more.
No.
The on-street and deck.
Oh, this
Yeah.
is your metered. This would be the meter increases. And again, like you just commenting on what you just said, we could have raised the proposed streets up to, we could just recommend raising up to $5 an hour, which a lot of towns do. But we're trying to be reasonable here. We're just trying to, like Jake said, trying to nudge people into the decks, just to try to make it a little bit easier on the curb parking.
That also is the grounding on why the lots are lower than the street meters as well, right? A parking lot or a parking deck are better from a management perspective because you're concentrating the parking in a location that's not directly going through the central business district, not directly going through the curb space where people need it. And so by keeping those prices lower, you nudge people towards those preferred options.
There is one other thing that I didn't touch on here, which is we're also considering or exploring the changing of rates based on resident versus non-resident as far as the permits go and as far as commuters go. This is something we're exploring currently. We're in talks with New Jersey Transit about it because a lot of our commuter lots, or not a lot, all of our commuter lots are partially owned by New Jersey Transit. So because of that, New Jersey Transit considers any New Jersey resident a resident. So for us to charge a Montclair resident one price and somebody who's from a different town in New Jersey a different price is a no-no as far as they're concerned. So we are exploring, we are talking to them about this, just so everyone is aware.
Question.
Thank you very much. Councilor Toller?
Hi, thank you for your presentation. The Montclair Y parking deck, what kind of revenue does that generate? And it's my understanding that the township has some sort of agreement with that very top level. Are we losing money by allowing the top level to be rented out or reserved for someone? Do you know how much money that deck generates first? And if we're still allowing that very top level to be utilized by someone?
So currently the top level is being rented on a monthly basis. They pay for every single space up there as a monthly permit. That being said, it It is an agreement, I believe that's with the township, that was posted a long time ago. Mr. Scandelbar may be able to touch more on that. I'm not, it was before my time, but it is an agreement that we have with those businesses in the area to rent those spaces out. The amount of revenue, Counselor, I would have to get back to you on the exact amount of revenue that
So
that.
if these
gen-
changes go into
that-
place, that top deck person or persons would have to pay this?
Oh, absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely.
And I just want to know, when you get a minute you can email me the costs for the wide deck, what we're making.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
It's also worth mentioning that deck, correct me if I'm wrong, Manny, is treated more like a metered lot because of the era of its construction. It's not able to be managed in quite the same way. And so the rates you're paying there are the equivalent of a lot rate, not a
is
deck
correct.
rate.
No, and I respect that, but I'm just saying, I've had residents who've emailed me to ask about parking on the top level, and they can't. So, because it's being reserved, or someone's paying for spots, now they're forced to go where, on the street, or find someplace else to go. So it's just something for us to think about. If those spots aren't being utilized Monday through Friday, maybe we need to look at the agreement, or
Well, Counselor, the thing is that those spaces are being paid for. This is the same thing as, like, for example, the surface lots. Just because there's nobody parked there doesn't mean the spaces aren't being paid for. So because the businesses may have 20 cars today, doesn't mean they'll have 100 cars tomorrow. And that's the problem we face with that deck. However, just so you're aware, we are in talks with them. We're also, another thing that we're exploring is actually being able to park night permits there at night.
thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry, Councilor Birmingham.
Yeah, I really am very interested in Bloomfield Avenue and the really getting to the modern world of people hopping in and out of their cars to get Uber Eats, pick up, and then also picking up ride shares. I had a really scary experience a couple weeks ago when I was waiting for a lift. And so when you're talking about the loading zones, and I think I've seen other towns do this. So you would have a loading zone during the day, and then there would be a sign that would say like 15-minute parking after 6 or something like that?
The actual form it takes is really, it can be designed in any particular way. It can stay a loading zone, right? Right now it's a half hour. It can stay a loading zone all night. We could decide to transition them to be shorter term than that and say after 6 it becomes 15 minutes, because you're probably getting away from deliveries to businesses and moving more towards that pickup and drop off. Church Street has a 5-minute drop off zone where you can only be there for 5 minutes. It really is in your court to decide what you want that change to look like, but our recommendation is a significant increase in the availability of that sort of short-term parking. And that doesn't necessarily have to be charged for, right? As Manny was saying, you don't have to set any price on that, and that goes to, again, that dual mandate. We're managing a resource. We're not just pricing it. And management means, in some circumstances, you keep it free and readily accessible, but you back that up with the enforcement necessary to ensure that folks are behaving the way you want them to. If you don't enforce a loading zone, the sign does no good.
And no, I was going to turn to something else. No, and I also wanted to be fully transparent here in that what you're doing, it really is, in terms of managing, is really important, and keeping the utility self-sustaining is very important. But as we were talking about in our finance committee last week, in New Jersey, there is just very limited ways for towns to raise revenue outside of property taxes. Mm-hmm. Unlike New York, Massachusetts, New Jersey, it is property tax, property tax, property tax. Mm-hmm. But you are allowed in New Jersey, when you have a excess revenue in your utility, to transfer some of that over to your municipal budget. So Princeton, for example, transfers $1.8 million of their parking utility to their municipal budget. I think Bloomfield is like $800,000. And last year we did transfer $1 million, I believe, mm-hmm. from the utility to the municipal budget, and that is, as we would consider it somewhat taxpayer relief. Mm-hmm. Because it's not coming out of property taxes. So I just want to be transparent that all of what you're doing is not for that reason, but it does, again, because, you know, for example, we know we have a lot of visitors coming into town. You know, I think of it somewhat by charging them a little bit for parking, they can contribute to the repair of the roads that they're using. So, you know, and we can then shift that, you know, that doesn't just have to be on the Montclair property taxpayers. So I just want to be fully transparent about that in how, where all the money goes. So thank you, though. Thanks.
Oh, thank you very much, Counselor. Yes, Counselor Williams.
Great presentation.
Yes.
So I don't want to get ahead of my skis here, but one of the things that we would like to do and contemplating is potentially with pickup drop-off to potentially on Bloomfield Avenue, every corner to have a pickup drop-off. That will make it a little bit easier for how we use cars now with Uber Eats and things of that nature. But there's a lot of work to be done on that.
And by the way, not just Bloomfield Avenue, but we were also talking about Valley Road as well, so in Upper Montclair as well. So
Yeah. Good. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Anyone else? Manager, attorney, anyone? Nothing. Okay.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much. I'd like to make a motion that we pass the resolution enabling the State of New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection Green Acres application to support the Canterbury Park improvement projects minus the pickleball.
Second?
Is that a substantive change? I can ask our attorney. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, Councilor Williams?
So does this mean, so the pickleball, I don't know how much the pickleball cost, but in this, from what I read, there's matching funds. We could potentially, I think, get a loan, but if we don't get it, then the town is on the hook for that. So are we adjusting the number, the scope of the project, or we're passing it and then we're revising the scope, the cost down later on with more public input?
Did you want to address that? Because I'm not able at this point in time to actually let you know
Is Roberto
that.
still
Does the
here?
manager want?
I thought I remembered with the Mountainside Park that it was put in as like a tennis court, you know, like, because I think we would still want the tennis court to be
Yes, we want the
repaired,
tennis
right?
court,
So
yes.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
that's what they did with Mountainside.
We do still have the tennis court in it. I just think that we should be very clear that we're not in favor. I mean, the way I'm introducing it is the vote is to pass it without the pickleball court.
Absolutely.
And I so moved and you seconded.
sure
Is there any
did.
further discussion, or are we ready to vote?
I'm sorry.
Yes,
just to be-
Deputy Mayor?
I'm just reading the resolution, and it says, we're seeking to obtain funding in the amount of $2.988 million in the form of a $1.4 million matching grant, and if available, the $1.588 million loan from the state. So that means we're not obligated to pitch in matching funds unless we get.
Correct,
This
unless the funding allotment is less than the cost of the project, then the township would contribute, but depends on what we get for the funding.
Okay. Thank
May I
you.
just ask, I'm sorry. was
Thank
that-
you.
You will email us tomorrow the changes or recommendations that you heard from the residents as well as from this council?
Yeah,
Because when will the application change need to happen? Or the
it will.
changes that you mentioned we could make down the road? When will that happen?
Well, assuming there's a desire to keep the tennis courts, we can make the change and eliminate pickleball tomorrow.
Absolutely keep the tennis
Right.
court. Of course, you can kill the pickleball.
Yeah, no, we'll do that tomorrow, and it'll be included in the submitted application. That's not a.
Thank you very much.
It's not a
Madam
problem.
Clerk, please.
Deputy
Thank
Mayor
you.
Anderson.
Appreciate you.
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham.
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato.
Yes.
Counselor Harrison.
Yes.
Counselor Toller.
Yes.
Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you to all of the public that came in and helped us through this process. Now we're going to move on to pending ordinances on second reading. Did you want to go and bring the, did you want to go? Deputy Mayor, please.
Okay, so this, we're gonna have public hearing after this, right? So this is pending ordinance O-26-01, an ordinance to amend chapter 341-8, temporary service during building construction. I so move.
Any discussion?
I think that we need to open the public hearing.
Oh, okay. I'm going to open the public hearing without objection. Is there anyone who is present who wishes to be heard in relation to the ordinance that the Deputy Mayor just read, Ordinance O-26-01, pending Ordinance O-26-01? Anyone wish to be heard, please come forward. Council members? Madam Clerk, please.
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Councilor Birmingham. Oh, absent. Councilor D'Amato,
Aye.
Councilor Harrison,
Yes.
Councilor Toller,
Yes.
Councilor Williams.
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. Yeah, go ahead, just read them.
Okay. Okay, this next pending ordinance is O-26-02, ordinance to amend section 327-5, vehicles and traffic, one-way street code of the Township of Montclair, New Jersey. And this is to designate Linden Avenue, going west, as a one-way street in the direction indicated, so limits from Orange Road to Willowdale Avenue. I so move.
I'm going to open the public hearing, and I invite the guests, please, to come down and be heard. Council members, please.
And again, just for the public and those at home, this ordinance, because I think you just kind of faded out there, Councilor Anderson. Linden Avenue West, with limits from Orange Road to Willowdale Avenue will be one way. This ordinance goes into effect 20 days after. So the people in the Fourth Ward, I just want you to understand and pay a little more attention to the signage out there, but this will be for the betterment of the neighborhood.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please.
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Did you move that?
I did move that, and I think,
second.
okay.
Okay. Yes.
And I vote yes.
Councilor Birmingham.
Oh, I apologize.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Councilor D'Amato,
Yes.
Councilor Harrison,
Yes.
Councilor Toller,
Yes.
Councilor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes, thank you. Councilor Harrison, D, please. The pending ordinance.
This is a pending ordinance to authorize execution of a financial agreement between the Township of Montclair and Lackawanna Montclair Urban Renewal LLC for a phased redevelopment project to be developed on Block 3,213, Lot 2, and Block 4,202, Lots 4 and 4.01.
Are you moving it or not? No.
Hearing.
No. Okay.
Aren't we having a hearing?
I thought we were having...
I thought we were having a hearing.
So offer it to the public. You're not going to move it. Okay. At this point in time, if there are members from the public who wish to come and be heard on this pending ordinance, please. This ordinance is pending ordinance O-26-03, authorizing execution of a financial agreement between the Township of Montclair and Lackawanna Montclair Urban Renewal LLC. Anyone that wishes to be heard, please come down and mention your name. Oh, you have numbers now. Okay. You don't need, right now, this is just like a hearing, so you don't have to have a number. You could just come down, please, let us know who you are, and we're going to give you 2 minutes. We do want to hear from you. Good evening.
I'm just speaking very quickly on behalf of, in support of Lackawanna Plaza. I urge you all to vote tonight. Sorry, the mic. Oh, there we go. It's the first time I've ever been told that I wasn't loud enough, but good evening. I'm just speaking in support of Lackawanna and asking you to vote yes tonight. I've come before you before in support of this development, but things have changed since the last time I was here, which is that I've been afforded the opportunity to be in the space while it's in its temporary use in setting up a market that is designed to bring regionally grown food, nutrient-dense food to the community to meet all of our socioeconomic needs in this town. And I've been afforded that opportunity because of the ease and support that we've received from the developer to allow us to incubate this business right now. I will say that the development of Lackawanna will actually mean that the business that my wife and I are incubating will actually, by definition, have to go away being replaced with a much larger grocery store to service the Fourth Ward. But yet I still speak in support of the plan because as a Montclair resident of over 21 years, I feel that this development and the revenue that it will bring to our township is really important. And I've had the opportunity to be there every day when I'm not at the farm to see what this space can be. I don't think it's come anywhere close to its potential, and I believe that the development that's been proposed should bring it to that potential, and the promise of having a space that actually captures the true notion of Montclair, a space of gathering that captures our diversity, captures our sense of community, our sense of usness, as you will, at a time when maybe we're all a little too driven by our own personal interests. So again, I believe strongly in this, in the vision of what this place could be. So, and hopefully we'll find another place for our market. So thank you all and have a good night.
Your name,
Thank you,
please?
and thank you for your business. We appreciate
Oh,
it.
I'm so sorry. I didn't give my name. I'm Charles Rosen, Irwin Park Road.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Scott, good evening.
Good evening. William Scott, 23 Cedar Avenue. I'm also a member of the Montclair NAACP. I'm the housing chair. Now, this agreement is the actual financial agreement. That's a yes. I see some heads
Oh,
nodding.
yes, I'm sorry, I didn't know,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. And when they had the town, or the Fourth Ward meeting last week, there were recommendations or requests for changes to this agreement. And as a member of the NAACP, we had made a recommendation to waive the 30-year exemption for rent control on this project because we're looking to really maintain more affordability in the new market rate units from a rental standpoint that are coming online in the Township of Montclair. So I was just wondering, we had an opportunity to express that request. And I'm wondering not only our requests from an NAACP, but were there other requests that residents were making in regards to this agreement, the pilot agreements and things like that? Has anything been reconsidered, or this is basically the same agreement that was presented at the Fourth Ward meeting last week?
So,
Councilor Harrison?
by definition, this is the same agreement that was presented. It was introduced on first reading, and we have to present what was introduced on first reading for second reading. If based on the public comments it received, both at the community meeting that was held last week or the meeting comments, we then could amend it. But we couldn't amend it between when we introduced it on first reading and tonight. But we will listen to your comments and then make a decision whether any amendments should be made or not. And if they're substantive, the ordinance would have to be reintroduced. If they're non-substantive, we could march on tonight.
Okay, and obviously, we're really concerned about the affordability of new market rate units coming into town. If this agreement is approved and those changes aren't made, you're going to be affecting not just the initial 210 residential units, but you're going to have, we should look at these as families. These are families that are going to be living in these market rate units over the next 30 years, and you would want to have some type of assurance that the residents aren't going to be looking at 10, 15, 20% increases on an annual basis. And I think this is the opportunity to really put this in place. And Montclair is not the first town to do something like that. It's been done in Newark, I believe in Jersey City, and there's other towns in New Jersey that have made the new developers or development of market rate units would to pull that exemption back. So there would be some controls on increases over whatever period of those developments. Montclair, if this agreement goes in place, it's 30 years. 30 years, they're going to be able to make a lot of money on the market rate units moving forward. And I did look through the agreement, and I was wondering, is there any provisions in this agreement for Airbnbs?
Want to speak?
No, that's not in the financial agreement.
Okay, I just wanted to make, because that's another
But
opportunity that rents, short-term rentals are very profitable, and there should be some controls in that from a Montclair standpoint, because we do not have any regulations in place in this township for Airbnbs. And of course, we know the Olympics are coming. Airbnbs is a big business in Montclair. There's hundreds of Airbnbs, which is really pulling away rental units availability in the township as well. So there's a couple things we really need to start taking a hard look at. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that's what this session is for all of the people in the audience who may wish to get up and be heard also. This is a public hearing, so you're welcome to come down and be heard.
Thank you.
Good evening, Sarah Avery.
Good evening.
I spent a significant amount of time looking at that financial presentation that NW presented at the meeting last week, in which that financial advisor concluded that it was reasonable. Now, I'm a retired certified public accountant with over 4 decades of experience in the public accounting industry. My business focused on reviewing complex contracts and documents to provide assurance to clients that they were making the right financial decision. The information that NW Financial presented does not bear any resemblance to either the redevelopment agreement, the phasing plan, the construction timetable, even the revenue numbers used to project the gross pilot don't even come from the annual cash flow. I hope you're all familiar with this. Furthermore, this annual cash flow assumes that the property will be completed and fully rented in year 2. Now, we know that's not true because there is a phasing plan and there is a construction schedule. So therefore, the project could not possibly be fully completed or fully rented until at least year 9. But furthermore, that financial presentation assumed across the board for every metric a 2% increase year over year. Now again, when you're talking about estimating what conventional taxes would be, conventional taxes, they're not increasing pro rata 2% year over year. They're going to increase based on assessments. Another problem is some of the numbers, if you do the math on on the schedule, the numbers don't even agree. The numbers are different. Plus, if you look at the numbers presented for the number of public school children, I think it was a low of 26 and a high of 31. If you recalculate using the metrics in the presentation, you would get a high of a low of 53 and a high of 65. However, for the affordable housing units, you have to meet the HUD occupancy standards. So the occupancy on those units is higher. And so when you adjust those calculations to take into consideration the HUD occupancy standards, it results in a low of 58 and a high of 70. So, without going into any further detail, it would be irresponsible for this council to make a determination and vote in approval of this financial agreement based on financial information that is completely false and incorrect.
Thank you, Ms. Avery. Are there other people who wish to come down, please? Also, if you have documents and you've done some data and different things that you would like for us to look at, you're always welcome to email us your information and we will read it. Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, Tony Martin. I don't have documents, but I did spend some time today looking at a 15-year-old report done by the State Controller's Office on the status and effectiveness of pilots in spurring development and the cost benefits of that. They had grave concerns 15 years ago. I think we should continue to have serious concerns. Yes, the charts that I've seen show that over 30 years we'll get more from payment in lieu of taxes than from regular taxes. But when I read this controller's report today, they talked about how there's never any follow-up on these agreements, how you make an agreement and then you don't know whether or not it's actually been to the benefit of the town. I know that's true in this town. We don't have a full accounting of what the previous pilot agreements have done for us. I would like to see that. I also just urge wariness. I know it's been a long time coming here, but because of our financial situation as a town at this time, I think we have to be so careful in giving away any tax breaks, any subsidies, and I believe that a pilot agreement is a subsidy. I'm also, lastly, very concerned about the price of the rental housing. As Mr. Scott and the NAACP and the Tenants Organization of Montclair have pointed out, the market rate housing is going to set the tone for, it's 210 units all at once, or coming in on a rapid platform. And we know that where Montclair rents have been going, I've seen a projection of how much they might be charging for rents at a new-built Lackawanna Plaza. We're talking, close to $5,000 for a two-bedroom apartment. That's not the direction we want to be going, I don't think. I know there's affordable housing in this. However, still, thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. Deirdre Malloy, Montclair resident. I just want to say close to $5,000 is really low because I just checked out an apartment at 37 Orange Road, almost $6,000 for a two-bedroom. That did not include parking. But that's not what I came up here to say. I wanted to speak about the pilots and the 2-year stabilization. Don't know exactly what specific part. I'm assuming it's phase A, the first phase that is anticipated per the construction schedule to be stabilized in year 2, which is very aggressive. But it sounds like to me that over the 8 years, and I think as it was described, and I guess someone will correct me later, is that the stabilization is going to come in waves as the phases are built. which means that you're only going to get a certain portion of pilots at each phase. And so it's my hope that you understand what kind of revenue those pilots are going to render to the municipality at each phase, and whether or not, as the phases escalate due to the others being constructed, there is an escalation clause built in as it advances. I do think that it warrants a further examination of the pilot agreements and the financial benefit to the community, and I just wanted to the municipality, I should say, and I just wanted to point those things out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Good evening again. Johanna Coxeter, Lincoln Street. I'm in favor of developing Lackawanna Plaza. I am not in favor of a pilot. A pilot is a subsidy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Ariel Eckstedt, I'm a Montclair resident. For the 20 years that I've been here, we have, I'm just going to repeat something I said last week. We've been told that we need development in order to defray our very high taxes, and that this development demands pilots. And the history of pilots does not coincide with a project like this. But that aside, I feel like now the argument is, well, this is better than nothing. The better than nothing argument is not a good argument. Yeah, it's better than nothing. Maybe, but we haven't even been told what the full expenses are compared to the revenues. I have not seen that. Is that available? The full expenses to the town?
Yeah.
That it is? All the expenses related to the project. Okay. So, we are at a point in our town right now, $20 million school budget, crumbling municipal building, crumbling police building, super tight municipal budget, numerous tax increases, potential huge tax hit coming up. So we've had these pilots for 20 years. Better than nothing, but not great. Not really helping this town to get to a place where it needs to be. And offering a subsidy to a developer when the rest of us are shouldering the burden for all of these problems, every resident, not fair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Hi, Lauren Berman. I attended the Finance Committee meeting, which was a extremely informative lesson on a lot of the cost pressures here and our limited ability to get revenue. And I was, I guess in some ways, convinced that perhaps there is some legitimacy to having a pilot to the limited extent that we have no other way to get revenue and we could get some kind of additional source. But that is completely undermined by the idea of presenting one that starts at the minimum 10%. And I mean, listening to Ariel say better than nothing, I don't know that it is better than nothing, because it sounds like this is maybe a net loss to the township. I mean, all the numbers that Sarah was presenting about how many kids are going to be in the schools, we also know that the per pupil spend data is garbage. So I don't know if I agree with you about better than nothing. I think that we're going to be footing this, which is worse, and we don't have that money. So I mean, many people here have disagreed about the project, whether it should happen, whether it's a good design. I think the township is basically unified that this financial agreement as written is totally unacceptable.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Good evening. My
Good
name's
evening.
Lonnie Summer Padilla. I'm a resident of Montclair. And I first just want to say I do support developing Lackawanna Plaza. I think something needs to happen. It can't sit there like that for another 10 years. And I also am in support of a pilot simply because I do think that it gives us a better chance of retaining our tax money rather than it paying regular taxes. Having said that, I do agree with what Lauren just said. I do think that the 10%, the bare minimum, is a bit low. I don't like to make the perfect the enemy of the good, but that report that came out, the analysis of the cost to the township, looking at that, and what they said would be the number of children in each apartment, that doesn't seem like that would be the reality. I could easily see 2 to 3 children in an apartment, especially given the cost of rent and the cost of purchasing a home here. So I think it's a little low, and I'd like to see it come up. And most importantly, I hope that you will share the pilot funding with the schools because they need it, and it's the fair and right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Jeremy Folitana. I'm a resident, business owner, and I'm the director of Downtown Montclair. So I was at the meeting last week when you guys gave the presentation. The money guy over here also, he was explaining. Well, I didn't know this was happening tonight, so I wanted to say something last week and I didn't. I don't know, but I felt I guess now would be a good time since I'm here on the night of. So what I gathered was you guys are asking the public if you would pilot money to help build the Lackawanna, invest into Lackawanna Plaza. But with that pilot money, there could be a return on it, and you guys can make money from the investment. Is that correct? Is that the gist of things? I mean, one, do we want to stare at an empty lot? Do we need a fourth ward shopping, food store? Yes, of course. We would like to have it built up. I mean, as a business owner, I think it would bring foot traffic. I mean, I'm not against the construction of Lackawanna Plaza. I mean, if it makes sense to put in the money to get an investment, make the investment and get some money back from the pilot to give and help with the schools, like Lonnie said, I think that would be great. I'm a father of 5 daughters. I mean, I'm the PTA vice president of the high school. I know the problems that we sit in at the high school, in the school district itself with our $20 million. But so if some of that money, if that can come back, that would be great. I mean, if that's an investment that you see and that you guys feel at the end of the day that you guys, collectively come up with, I mean, that would be your decision, obviously. I do want to see Lackawanna built because I think it would bring more foot traffic to the businesses. It'd be better for the community and for the business owners out here. And of course, I don't have the numbers. I don't know what the deals are or how much. I know that. I don't know is low or no affordable. Is that, I don't know, what is that? Is that like $100,000 these days? I don't understand. You know what I mean? Like, it's not that affordable either, right? So obviously we want to have, some affordable too. So I back that as well, so if there can be some type of, management there, that would be great, so 20 years down the road, we're not paying $10,000 for a 2-bedroom, you know what I mean? Like that's cool too. But yeah, so I just, throw my 2 cents in there. I'm down for Lackawanna Plaza to be built. If the money from the pilot if you guys agree, I mean, I believe that they're going to build it anyways, whether you guys give the money or not. But if you do and you can make some money back, give some back to the schools because, we really need it. So, all right, thanks.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Mike McDonnell, Llewellyn Road, in Montclair. First of all, thank you for all of your time and service to our township. I know it's a heavy lift these days. I'm here to speak in favor of Lackawanna Plaza. I looked back at my notes, and I think I first sent a note to the former council in late 2022 about the redevelopment plan, and I recently shared a list of 15 elements of the plan that our family is excited about, 1, 2, and 3 being the supermarket, but the affordable housing component, the workforce housing component. My dad was a cop for 33 years. Also look forward to coming back and speaking on behalf of our fire department heroes. But the historical preservation elements and the revenue potential, and I agree, I'm hoping the town is partnering with our schools in a more significant way, including here, but totally in favor of the Lackawanna Plaza development. Thanks.
Is there anyone else? Okay. I see one other. Is there anyone after?
Are we only talking about Lackawanna Plaza or?
Yes, this is
okay.
here. This is for now. So if you want, there will be a public comment period later on. Okay. So council members, discussion. Deputy.
At this point, I would like to make a motion to table the vote for this particular ordinance.
Second.
The reason being that we had a really good public meeting last week, the community meeting at the firehouse. After that meeting, we gathered many of the questions. We're trying to get answers for, to sort of talk through all of those things. And also, I think it would behoove us to take the comments that we heard today and consider some of them. And I mean, we do have to eventually make a decision, but that would be my suggestion, that we move to table the vote.
Okay, so we're moving to table the vote to the March 17th, or are we gonna do something else?
I think
Okay.
Yes. We, on the March 17th, if it's brought back up, we would have our ability to talk about it.
Yes.
Then we would not just go straight to a vote, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, all right, fine.
Thank you. Yes, Councilor Toller.
Sure, thank you. Just to kind of piggyback off what Deputy Mayor said, we really want to take in everyone's considerations, whether they're pro, for, against. There's a lot of emails that we've received. There was a lot of feedback that we received at that meeting on the 17th at the firehouse. We also just need some more time to digest it all before we make such a decision. So I know that the mayor's second to table this. This is a lot to process and a lot to take in, and I don't think this council was given adequate time to really digest all of the numbers, all of the data, all of the information that was presented to us. So please allow us some grace while we take some more time to take this all in. This is going to matter to all of us. So just allow us this grace, if you will, and we'll try to be back on the 17th with an answer. Thank you.
By the way, just one more thing before
Yes,
we end, and I don't know if anyone else on the dais wants to say anything. I do want to just remind everyone that on the township website, information about the redevelopment plan, the one that is approved, the financial agreement, presentations, the application for the pilot, they're all available. Excuse me? Yes, the meeting, the recording of the February 17th meeting is also available, and I would just encourage everyone to review all of those. We're trying to provide as much information that we can to the public, and please do send us your questions. Again, we do have to make a decision on this, but in the meantime, just know that all of this is available, including FAQs about the pilot and how it works.
Thank you very much. Yep, this is the one last thing, and then Madam Clerk.
I would also, speaking of extending people grace, please extend some grace to the people who are working for us to help unpack all this stuff. It's very complicated. in terms of people thinking that they have a better idea of 0.5% or 1% this way. We have people who have worked on this for decades. I'm a skeptic when it comes to people like this sometimes, but there is no indication whatsoever that these professionals are working for anybody else other than us and working very hard at it. And so please do not think otherwise unless you have specific evidence of it. They're working hard and for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, attorney, please.
I'm speaking on the motion to adjourn. We have a deadline to approve the redevelopment agreement and the redeveloper as of February 28th.
That's a separate resolution. That's a resolution that's on the agenda that we'll be acting
But
on
we
later.
do need to extend that if that's not going to be voted on.
I'm sorry,
We were going to vote on the ordinance for the financial agreement and on the redevelopment agreement together this evening.
yeah, but right now, this is the pending ordinance. We're going to table this until the meeting, this particular one. Then the ones, there's 3 that you're talking about that are next, right? We have D, E, and F. Which one? I don't know which one you're talking about then.
It is your resolution
Right.
extending the approval of the redevelopment agreement, which we passed back in December.
We are, yes, we're
and
aware.
extended it to February.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we have that also on the
This is on the agenda.
Okay, I
But
wasn't
we
told.
didn't get there yet, did we?
No.
Oh, we didn't get there yet. That's why I didn't know. No, we're still on
Number 24
D.
on the agenda.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, I appreciate it. We're not there yet. But as soon as we can table this, then we'll be ready for that one. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
This is a table, the pending ordinance O-26-03 to the March 17th, 2026 meeting. Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
Yes?
Counselor Harrison,
Yes.
Counselor Toller,
Yes.
Counselor Williams. Oh, absent. Mayor Baskerville.
Yes, thank you. Counselor Harrison?
What are we tabling this? What are we doing? Am I reading? Okay.
Snap. Yes.
Okay. This is an ordinance to amend Chapter 65, Affordable Housing of the Code of the Township of Montclair. This is to comply with the agreement which was reached on our fair share and affordable housing plan to implement changes that are required by the state.
We tabling it?
We just moving to tape.
I'm sorry?
I thought we had to pass this, no?
These had to be heard by the planning board.
Is this the one you said
we had to
table because it
Yeah.
discussed at the planning
Both of them have to go. Yeah. I'd like to make a motion to table this.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Is it tabled to the next meeting?
Yes, thank you. And
No, this is not the one.
oh, okay. Planner Tally? I thought it had to go in front of the, oh,
It does.
so that's why we have a special meeting. Okay, I'm making a motion to table this until we have our special meeting that has to occur before the 15th,
Okay.
right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, and it would have to, the planning boards will be considering this ordinance
Yeah,
on March 9th.
Okay.
So table it for either the 10th, the 11th, or the 12th.
yeah, we have
Tenth
the
is the Board
election
of
coming up,
Education
so we have
election,
to.
so that's not a
So
viable
then-
date.
Okay,
Council,
then-
can you look at your schedules, because we're trying to do it on the,
12th.
Friday, the 11th? What was that date?
The 11th be Wednesday.
We're looking to do that,
The 11th is the Wednesday.
hmm?
The 11th?
Right,
or
so
the
Tuesday is the Board of Ed, and then I spoke with the people in our clerk's office, and they were trying to either do it 12 or 13. So, does the 13th, Friday the 13th work at 3 o'clock,
Or the 12th, Mayor?
or the 12th?
Both work for me.
Okay. Okay.
Can't,
Yes.
we were planning on having a special meeting on the 7th. Couldn't we advertise that as a regular meeting?
Okay, hold on. We're having a special meeting
On
on
the 7th, if we have a little bit of business to
March
do.
the 7th?
Counselor D'Amato, that won't work because you have to, the planning board has to consider it first, and the planning, this is.
They're going to do that on the 9th.
Because we canceled last night's meeting because of
Yeah.
the blizzard.
Yeah, yeah.
We'll do it on the
So
9th.
their next planning board meeting is the 9th.
Right.
So,
March 9th. So you,
The
this,
10th
you can't
is the
adopt it
Board
until
of Ed
after you.
election, so we can't use that facility, so to be.
no, I said the 7th.
Right.
It has to be
You
after
can't
the
adopt
planning
it.
After
board.
the
The planning
planning
board
board.
has to offer their
Oh,
opinion first on the
right.
9th.
I
Yeah.
knew that.
Yeah. Okay, so we're looking at the 12th at 3. Counselor Toller?
That's fine.
Okay,
Okay.
so you're going to make a motion to do it the March the 12th?
I move to table that ordinance until March 12th at 3 o'clock.
I second that. Special town council meeting.
We can't act
Yeah,
until
we
the
can't
planning
do it
board
until the planning
does
board
its
has it
review.
first. Even the other one, the next one too, right?
But,
You
yeah,
want to
the-
do that? Can we
yes.
wrap this up? They're going to
the-
bundle?
the
We
next
call this
two.
a bundle.
4, 5, and 6.
Yes, thank you.
This is an ordinance to amend Chapter 202, Land Use Procedures of the Code of the Township Montclair. This again is to implement the agreement we reached for fair share plan of affordable housing element. Again, because the planning board did not have a chance to review it because it snowed on Monday, we cannot act until the planning board has had its chance to review it, or 45 days passed, and 45 days have not passed. So I move to table this until March
Second.
12.
12th at 3 o'clock.
Yes. Counselor Toller, second. And,
This is to table all of them?
yes.
All 3?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Harrison?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes.
Okay. Before we move on, I'd like to move to amend the agenda so that after public comment, those people who have been sitting here and don't want to listen to more interesting topics, to add for introduction an ordinance prohibiting the use of legal methods of deer management within the Township of Montclair by the Township of Montclair.
Second.
Second. Okay.
This is just to
To put
amend
it on
the
the agenda.
agenda, to
Yes.
put it after the
Yeah.
public comment period.
Madam Clerk?
And just for the record, before you take roll call, Council Birmingham's looking confused. The attorney was absent for several days, and we had snow, so that's why it wasn't
Yeah,
able
This
to make
this
it.
was discussed at
Yes.
the agenda meeting.
Yes.
Madam Clerk?
No. She said we can introduce it tonight for discussion, just so you know.
Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
No?
Counselor Harrison?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
No.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Okay, so now we're moving on to public comment. Now, those of you that have those numbers, you can look at your number and just come on down. We'll start with number 1. Huh? Okay. Just come down as your spirit moves you then. If the numbers are not accurate for some reason, please just come forward. If you have number 1, come on down. You have a number? What happened? Nope, they didn't. Nobody knew that this was coming on. What are they?
They took numbers for
No, why did they say no? Who and them? Why didn't they want to put this on? Oh.
Good evening.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. Thank you for joining us.
My name is Maria Eva Dorigo. I'm a resident of Montclair, and I was watching the parking presentation, and I want to repeat what I said last meeting. I'm against of any LPR, which is a license plate recognition system. I'm against of on the implementation of those. I'm here tonight to express my deep disappointment that the Montclair Trust Act is not on the agenda. That omission sends a troubling message to many residents who are living in fear right now. We are here because this issue cannot wait. As public officials, you have a responsibility to protect all members of our community, including those who may not have immigration status, but who are nonetheless our neighbors, co-workers, classmates, and friends. They contribute to Montclair, they raise families here, they worship here, they build lives here. Across New Jersey and throughout the country, undocumented residents are being detained in ways that create widespread fear and instability. Families are being separated, children are being traumatized, parents are afraid to drop their kids off at school or go to work. I do not want any child to come home from school to an empty house because their parents weren't taken away. I do not want neighbors to live in constant fear of stepping outside their front door. I do not want Montclair to become a place where silence replaces courage. The Montclair Trust Act is about trust between residents and local government. It is about ensuring that our local resources are used to protect public safety, not to instill fear. When communities trust local officials, everyone is safer. When fear dominates, crime goes unreported, cooperation disappears, and families suffer. I know that we are not an island. We cannot stop ICE raids from happening in our town or our state. But we must do everything in our power to prevent unnecessary family separation, trauma, and fear in our town. Leadership requires courage. It requires moral clarity. If we truly believe in protecting all residents, then we must act like it. I urge you to place the Montclair Trust Act on the agenda and move it forward. Our neighbors are watching. Our children are watching. History is watching. The question is simple. Will Montclair stand for protection and dignity for all, or will we remain silent? Thank you.
Thank you very much. No. No, I apologize. No, it's always great to see you again.
Sorry, thank you. I'm more prepared for this speech right here. So I apologize. Again, my name is Jeremy, Fulwatana resident, business owner here. So good evening, once again, Mayor, council members, and fellow residents of Montclair. I stand here tonight to speak about something that should never be reduced to a line item on a spreadsheet, the safety of our community. We need our firefighters, and we should not downsize the Montclair Fire Department. Firefighters are not just responders to fires. They are first on the scene for medical emergencies, car accidents, gas leaks, carbon monoxide alarms, storm damage, and mutual aid calls across our town. In many cases, they arrive before anyone else. When a child can't breathe, when a senior collapses, when a home fills with smoke at 2 a.m., minutes matter. Staffing levels directly affect response times, and response times saves lives. Montclair is a dense, vibrant, and growing community. We have historic homes, multifamily residences, busy downtown businesses, schools, and major roadways. That density increases risks. Older housing stock increases fire spread potential. Large community events increase demands. Cutting firefighters does not reduce emergencies. It only reduces the ability to respond to them effectively. Downsizing also increases danger for firefighters themselves. National safety standards exist for reasons. Fighting a fire safely requires a full crew. When staffing is reduced, risks increases, not only to the public, but for the men and women who've putting their lives on the line for us. And let's be clear, strong public safety reports, property values, economic development, and business confidence. Families move here because they feel safe. Businesses invest here because they trust our infrastructure. A fully staffed fire department is part of that foundation. This is not about tonight's budget. It's the budget that you're trying to make get back. It's about long-term resilience. It's about preparedness. It's about ensuring that when someone in Montclair dials 911, they get the fastest, strongest response possible. We ask our firefighters to run toward danger when everybody else runs away. At least we can do is make sure the staffing is there to support the jobs and safety effectively. For the safety of our residents, our businesses, our children, and our first responders, I urge you not to downsize the Montclair Fire Department. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next guest.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Laura Kenny, I live in Montclair. I'm here again tonight representing Montclair Indivisible. Folks are here tonight, as well as I know other folks, to again reiterate and emphasize the urgency to act on the proposed Montclair Trust Act. I don't need to explain why the town of Montclair must say no and choose categorically not to become complicit with ICE, with their violence, their abuse, and in the terror they are subjecting our immigrant residents and American citizens to. The council needs to act before ICE descends on our community. The Montclair Fund for Educational Excellence recently held a meeting here where community groups from all over the area came together to prepare to assist our immigrant neighbors during this crisis. MFEE is doing an extraordinary job, as are so many of Montclair's community groups: Tony's Kitchens, Catholic Charities, Head Start, the Human Needs Food Pantry, multiple faith communities, just to name a few. We know, as the speaker earlier pointed out, that families are afraid to go to Tony's Kitchen to get food for fear that ICE will snatch them off our streets. We know that families are afraid to bring their children back and forth to school. We're working to develop a system to help our immigrant neighbors with this, but we can't do it alone. We need our town council to demonstrate that we will not miss this opportunity to take a strong position against the illegal and abusive tactics employed by ICE. We want the Montclair Council to include the Montclair Trust Act on the agenda for discussion at the next council meeting, and then to, without delay, adopt the Montclair Trust Act. We in the Montclair community are working hard to do our part to stop this abuse, this trauma, this violation of our rights and of our conscience, and we need the Montclair Town Council to do its part. We need to see your leadership on this issue now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
I think you're up to number 4, Mayor. Just that there's a list right here, I think, that everybody took numbers. We got it early. We all waited in line. Can you just sort of maybe run this list down, if that's possible?
Thank you.
Number 4?
Next guest, please. Ms. Malloy, come on down. Thank you. Next guest, please. And you can line up over on the wall if you'd like to. Go ahead, Ms. Malloy. Thank you.
Good evening again. I would like to say, request that you seriously consider reducing the staff at the Montclair Fire Department. I think reducing the staff could pose a risk to those that would remain by a reduced staff. Also, how many of us would be willing to run into a fire? They just put out an exploded car the other night. I mean, they prevented further damage elsewhere. So I think that's something that we should really want to protect and preserve, because they do an amazing job protecting this community and neighboring communities. The other thing I wanted to speak about, although the pending Ordinance O-26-04 was tabled, is the deficient housing unit definition. A housing unit that is 1, over 50 years old, and overcrowded, 2, lacks complete plumbing, or 3, lacks complete kitchen facilities. That's the revision for a deficient housing unit. When it used to read with health and safety code violations that require the repair or replacement of a major system. Major systems includes weatherization, roofing, plumbing, includes wells, heating, electricity, sanitary plumbing, including septic systems, lead paint abatement, and or load-bearing structural systems. By reducing the definition of a deficient housing unit, my question would be, which doesn't have to be answered now because I know it was tabled and I will attend the next meeting, what loopholes or risks stand with deficient housings as it relates to code violations for affordable units? Is this opening up an opportunity for a challenge against the municipality to say, well, you know, my unit, you know, might have serious infestation or some other significant life safety hazard like mold, but it doesn't say so in the ordinance. So is that a loophole that someone's attorney can bypass? The other thing is the affordable housing liaison describes several tasks that the affordable housing administrator used to do, and maybe still does, I don't know. So is there any overlap there? If there is, why? And then as it relates to the affordable housing administrator, this is not related to this particular ordinance, when was the last time they revised the wait list? Is that list being monitored to cross off or eliminate people who either are no longer in this region, no longer want to be on the wait list, no longer qualify, or is it just a list in perpetuity? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. You next in line?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you all for funding, having this meeting and being here and taking all your personal time. I know it is a big endeavor serving the community. I respectfully request to have a pause on a memo that was written to lower the staffing of the Montclair Fire Department from a minimum of 16 to 14, effective March the 5th. I asked to put a pause on that because after the council had commissioned a report.
Can you please state your name for the record,
sure.
please? Thank
John
you.
Fierro.
Yes, thank you.
FMBA President, Local
Right.
20, Montclair Fire
Yep,
Department.
I get it. That's just the procedure that we try to adhere to, and not everybody maybe at home or whatever knows who you are. We know, but thank you for being here.
Understood. Thank you, Mayor.
Yep.
So again, after the commission that spent upwards of over $40,000 on doing the research for this, and we all said that we would do a deep dive into all this data, I'm feeling, and the members that I represent feel that, you know, the final report was issued to us around January 19th. This decision rolled out on February the 6th. Hasn't given us much time to really analyze all the data. Some of the report said it was data deficient. Some of the things in the report recommended a whole bunch of recommendations. And that's why I'm here tonight representing my members and the public that I serve to say, I think we can all look at this collectively and work together and inform the union of all the information that is, and work with the chief, work with the administration. I've worked with the administration in past councils on getting radio systems, getting fire engines, work on firehouses. We've had that kind of dialogue with the commission of the council and body, and I challenge you all to help and engage in that. I send a lot of emails. I hear from some, I don't hear from others. I think there's a lot of misrepresentation out there in the general public that come to this stand and they speak on things. Sometimes the budget is misrepresented. It's inflated sometimes. It might not be truly accurate. I understand there's costs involved with everything that the town does. Firehouse wishes, there's people that say they might want additions and second floors and third levels. None of that is something that's done internally on us. So I think there is a slight disconnect between the facts and what's actually happening in our house and what's getting communicated and then what the public is actually hearing. The public comes up here a lot of times and people think of it as being gospel. They're like, well, they do this, they make that, they live here, they live there. 95% of it's inaccurate, and I feel that as a body, you're not coming to the defense of your employees, which is myself and all the people that I represent. Some are in this room, some aren't in this room. Some are at work right now. Some ran by on a call right now. Some responded here for other reasons. You know, once again, everything sounds good on paper and pen, but I think some of this real-life, practical implementations of this is not really always the way it's supposed to be. Without a vigorous discussion to find out what these things mean, they sound great on a memo. They sound great to the fantastic people. I'm going to save you a ton of money. I'm going to get you this. I'm going to get you aid from here. I'm going to get you mutual that. I'm going to have automatic aid come every single time until it doesn't come. And now my first responder title is now second responder and third responder. And that's not what I took the oath for. I mean, I'm just going to call it straight what I say it as. Third responder means something's going to happen, okay? I'm not able to do what I can do. If I had 16 of this and 14 of that, the 16 is going to do more than the 14. So I'm going to yield my time. I'm going to respect the laws of the 3 minutes. And all I can say at the last thing is minutes do matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Manager Marks,
Good evening.
fellow township employees, members of our township community. My name is Tim McLaughlin. I am the Union Vice President for Montclair Local 20 and former township resident. I took an oath to protect this town, and that's why I'm here tonight. I'm here to protect the town from itself. I'm here tonight to ask that you, the voting body, strongly reconsider the reckless decisions that you have made and force the manager to implement on March 5th of reducing our daily minimum staffing. This decision that was made to reduce the daily minimum staffing for the Montclair Fire Department will negatively impact the public safety of our residents and the many guests that we receive each day that patronize our local economy. It will increase response times. It will reduce the amount of firefighters responding to a variety of emergencies. It will cause a delay in the vital assistance getting to the very people who have voted to put you in the chairs on that dais. A fire doubles in size every minute. If there were a fire on Mount Hebron Road right now, with a family trapped on the second floor, and truck 2 were sidelined for the day, there would be a delay of 8 to 10 minutes for a ladder company to respond. I hope you all know that. How long can you hold your breath? The study you cite for the justification to make these cuts is 133 pages long. It's chock full of really good information and helpful information. Information you have seemingly bypassed in the interest of saving pennies per day per household to rationalize the long-standing opinion of one counselor that believes our budget is bloated and in need of fiscal reconstruction. You represent our town, every one of you. Your job is to represent those who have voted you in. Your job is not to inflict your own agenda to the detriment of public safety. The results are in. The public support for right sizing and proper staffing, to quote the study, is in favor of more, not less, and we have the metrics to prove it. We have nearly 1,000 signatures on a petition from stakeholders that are staunchly in favor of public safety. You will have to live with the fact that you are jeopardizing the public safety of our community by voting against those metrics and against those stakeholders. This town has already experimented with the idea of reduced staffing to save money, and that led to one of our members losing their life in the line of duty January 1st of 1991. My uncle, 35 years ago last month, died on my 6th birthday, gave his life for everything for this town. There have been 4 other professional studies commissioned over the last 40 years, each one of those pointing to a need for more and not less staffing for the Montclair Fire Department. How many more studies are we going to ignore before we lose another life in this town? Will it be one of our members? Will it be a member of your family? Will it be a member of the public sitting at home that has no idea that you're gambling with the well-being of their family in exchange for 24 cents per day per household? The choice is yours, counselor. Counselors, what'll it be?
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Manager, Brian. My name is Stephen Misha, lifelong resident. I was on the fire department for 40 years. I'm retired as a battalion chief. My first year on the job, we had 88 personnel. 40 years later, when I retired, we had 88 personnel. Today, we dropped 20 personnel. We're down to 68. How did that happen? Attrition. People retired, they weren't replaced. Why not? Why? We have a large population, larger than it was when I came on and when I retired. All these buildings are being built with residents. Who's going to take care of them with the numbers that we have right now? We need manpower. We need manpower. There was a company that you paid for to perform a study on the fire department, stated we need more personnel, not less, not downsize, but to bring the numbers up, okay? We need a minimum of 16 personnel per shift. When I was on the job, we had 20 personnel per shift, okay? We need manpower. We need manpower to do the job, okay? I personally fought working structure fires in snowstorms like last night, like yesterday. But we had 20 personnel. We called for mutual aid. They're not coming. They've got their own problems. They can't get here in snowstorms. So we did what we had to do with what we had. You can't do that with 14 personnel. It's not going to work. You're putting the public's lives in danger. You're putting the firefighters' lives in danger. Doesn't work. What are we going to wait for, a tragedy and say, oh, geez, we should have done this, should have done that? No good. Manpower drives the job. You need manpower. We cannot perform efficiently and safely for fire and rescue operations below minimum fire standards. We are here to protect life and property. Life and property. Truck 2 goes out of service. It simply exacerbates the situation in Upper Montclair. They're at a loss. Like firefighter McLaughlin said, you don't have that ladder truck, there's somebody's in there, who's going to rescue them? Time is of the essence. Time is of the essence. That's the same thing with the south end. They're not protected either. You have Station 3 hasn't been open in a couple years now. What are we doing? That is the anchor of the south end. We've been depending upon that station for years. Now it's just sitting here dormant. That's time factor, another time factor that we're wasting, okay? Bottom line is this. We need to add personnel, not take personnel away, for public and firefighter safety. If we don't, they're all at risk. And the bottom line is we should follow the standards and do the right thing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening, everyone, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
My name is Thomas Hargraves. I'm a lieutenant here with the Montclair Fire Department. Myself and the people you see in this room have been to fires, rescues, and other emergencies. Our actions, amongst many others, have had a direct impact on people's lives here in Montclair. You can manipulate all the data you want. You can compare us to towns that fit your narrative, but at the end of the day, we have something that you don't. We are the subject matter experts in the fire service. You are not. You love to act like the subject matter experts and tell the public that towns to the west are volunteer. Why haven't you told them that they average 300 calls annually, and that last year in 2025, we did 2,500? You won't listen to the fire chief, you won't talk to the FMBA, so in 2025, you commissioned a comprehensive study of the Montclair Fire Department for almost $50,000. That study gave 44 recommendations that support what I am standing here telling you. The study says on page 2, staffing shortfalls are a general theme. This will be the 4th study over the course of a 40-year period that this township has paid for and then ignored. The optimal staffing standards recommended by the 4 studies range from 87 firefighters to over 100. You want us to have 70. You have taken the study and cherry-picked 3 lines from 133 pages and given an order that goes directly against it. An example, the study says, initial response and adequate staffing levels should be addressed through increased staffing and development of automatic aid response to fires and emergencies within the coverage area, page 52. Your order to the fire chief says that we should decrease daily minimum staffing to 14 from 16 and develop automatic aid agreements. I don't think I have to explain that that's not the same thing. You're hiding behind money. I have personally helped draft emails to this council since you were elected. Myself and the FMBA have requested your intentions for the fire department, requested meetings, hope to sit down together like human beings and try to find a solution that doesn't put the public at risk. To the public, the firefighters here tonight will likely be the firefighters here tomorrow. Our lives may change a little bit, but most likely not. We're doing this for you. We have waged this battle for you, and they are taking away our ability to help save your life. If you need to be rescued or helped, you will simply wait longer after March 5th. Station 3 in the South End remains closed, and now our staffing is being reduced. The entire town will suffer, and it may not happen in the coming months like the council wants for their so-called data, but at some point people will get hurt or worse because of the township's decision. In the time it took me to read this, the person trapped in a building fire will still be trapped, holding their breath, waiting for a truck company to rescue them. The person held by their seatbelt upside down in their car will still be waiting for a truck company to rescue them. Some areas of Montclair are going to experience a 10-minute difference in truck company response. These are the facts. They are backed by 4 reports, the fire chief, the FMBA Local 20, and I thank the few of you on the Township Council who work for the people and not for yourself.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hello, Council. Pleasure to be here.
Good evening.
Mayor, everybody. First of all, my name's CJ Miller. I live on Summit Ave, Upper Montclair, in a response district that's very important to this meeting here tonight. I'm from a big family in town, lived here all my life, 60 years. I got 5 kids of my own. I've always looked out for the community. I've owned a business in town 35 years. Montclair Tree, Montclair Fire, and I'm really all about the town and looking out for people. I've never been up here, but when it's near and dear to the heart, you got to get up and speak your mind. So that's what I'm doing. These are my brothers. I've retired as a lieutenant 2 years ago, 28 years ago. Right here, got sworn in. And there's nothing but good feelings, good spirits. When someone's there, families are there. They want the best, and they know that the guy up there has been background checked, and he's given his best. They know that kid their whole life, and they're like damn happy to have him. And so that's pretty much what all these guys behind me are. These guys take care of their bodies. They train like hell. They're there in a minute. When I got on the job, I was so impressed by how quick these guys grab a tool and do everything, and they're right on it. They don't mess around. And when things start going other than the job, and it could be a council, and I respect all your councilmen, there's long meetings, a lot of time you guys put in. But I've seen it through the year. I've known 5 different mayors, through the years. People, when they get elected, they kind of have a goal to go in. They have an agenda a little bit. And there is an agenda here. I'm not going to lie. Not going to sugarcoat it. One of the council people, and they talk a lot and talked about volunteer departments and everything. Hey, we've been here 100 years. Do you want a volunteer department? I mean, I've been around. Guys can't volunteer to coach a team, let alone go run into a house in Upper Mountain. The last 15, 20 years, everything I've been on this town, it's just gotten bigger and bigger. 6- and 7-story buildings popping up left and right. Hotels. We got 10 schools. We have a state college. We have a hospital. You're talking 14 guys I mean, come on. 15, 16, you need the staffing. You got all the apparatus. It used to be 4 men on the truck. They scaled it back to 3. All right, there's a 2 in, 2 out rule. You go into a fire, you got 2 guys in that fire, you're supposed to have 2 guys out there ready to help them. Now you're going 1 guy out. So you got to team up, you got to do what you got to do. We do a lot of exercises how to save firemen. My first day on the job, it's the same thing we say at the firehouse. I mean, when we're doing trees. Equipment's equipment. Property, that's number 2. Number 1 is getting your cell phone. You're in that firehouse, you lay and you pray at night, you say, if somebody goes down, I want to be there, You're looking out for the community. So these guys, whatever you do for them, they're going in. They're going to do it. But it's up to here. It's easy to lose your life if you're not protected. You get electrocuted, fall off a ladder, equipment, explosions, smoke. But don't kill a guy at a council meeting, okay? And that's what's going to happen if you don't take care of your business here. So I'll end it on that. One thing, trucks, you're talking about truck 2. I was on truck 2. About fire, the truck company, what's it do? First thing it does is open the door so you can get a hose line in. Second thing it does is search. We're going to search for people. Is there anybody in the house? Third thing it does, take care of the utilities so we don't have gas explosions, electrical problems. Third thing, loud to the house. So there's another way out for residents or their own firemen. They get up on the 3rd floor, they get trapped, they can't get out. You got to have the ladders. You talk about mutual aid. We go down to one ladder. We're not sending our truck to other companies, other towns. So guess what? They're not coming back. It's got to be mutual.
Yeah.
In Glen Ridge, there's a lot of hurt feelings about the contract. Hey, you got to get in a room and put your big boy pants on and be able to talk about these things. Our costs go up. I know it's a sliding scale. It's going to be more money. But hey, our health insurance goes up. Let's talk about it. Throw some money in the pot, Glen Ridge. Have an open dialogue. They're no fools. They're not, you think they're getting over, but they'll help out. And what would I say if I don't like paying health insurance, but I got 5 kids? Sorry, Caroline, you're out. I got to save some money. It doesn't work that way. All I'm saying is thank you for what you do and do the right thing. God bless.
Thank you, CJ. Next, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
I want to start off tonight by saying good job. And I'm saying good job because you all listened to your residents today. Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Eddie Donnelly. I'm president of the FMBA. I have the privilege and honor to represent the men and women standing behind us tonight. I say good job because you listened to your residents tonight. It took 48 people to moan and groan about a pickleball court to have you amend the ordinance to take the pickleball court out. You tabled the Lackawanna Plaza ordinance because you listened to your residents. You heard today that we have 1,000 signatures. You're hearing from people, not just your firefighters, you're hearing from residents behind us today that are saying, please reconsider what you're doing. I never thought I would have to equate the fire service to pickleball, but I'm going to tonight because I heard some really unique things over a pickleball court. Folks came up here and talked about national standards for noise and how paddles work and how many people show up at these events. That report that you have in front of you talks about the national standards that we need. It's all over that report. Whether you like it or you don't, we are the professionals. Chief Duncan, FMBA Local 20, us at the state level, we are the men and women that know what we need to do our job. We know it. We do it all over the state. We're coming here today to ask you to pump the brakes on March 5th. Please, talk to our local. I know your BA is a good financial manager. We've looked at the budget. There's ways to get creative before you need to cut staffing. Sit down with the men and women behind me and talk to them. Work through it. You cannot just go to cherry picking that report on a couple words that you believe say lower the staffing. That report is riddled with sentences and paragraphs on how adequate staffing saves lives. There's no other way to say it. No other way to say it. And I just want to, if you will, I just want to respectfully disagree with Councilwoman Birmingham, who talked about New Jersey being uniquely situated to only create revenues by property taxes. This union, I will tell you this, forward thinking. We worked in Atlantic City and we worked in Newark to come up with ways. Those are fiscally strapped municipalities. Fiscally strapped municipalities. We worked with them to come up with creative ideas on how to infuse dollars into the municipality to offset costs. We did that. You can look at uniform construction code. You can look at fire inspections. These are all things that this union will partner with you. We'll partner with you to come up with ideas that can help maintain the staffing that we so righteously need. You cannot blow this town up in development. I mean, listen, I grew up in Irvington. I used to come up Bloomfield Avenue as a kid. I remember what it used to look like. It's exploding. You cannot develop a municipality like that and not consider the services that are needed to work with that. You can't increase the students that have to go to the school. You can't decrease the fire department by putting all of these structures on Bloomfield Avenue and now another Lackawanna Plaza, which is going to infuse more folks, more units, more commercial properties. You need to grow your services with the municipality. I implore you tonight, please pump the brakes on March 5th. Do the right thing. Talk to this union. Come up with creative ways to get you out of whatever fiscal strapping you're under this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Those are some really tough acts to follow, but Maria Elena Marzullo, Montclair resident for almost 59 years, business owner in which a business was ravaged by fire, and if it wasn't for the Montclair Fire Department, it would have been leveled. We speak of infrastructure, parking, we need to upgrade internet, we need to upgrade but we're decreasing the support services in which help all those businesses function. 41,000 residents in Montclair, 8,000 residents in Glen Ridge, a huge hospital and hospital facility across the street, parts of Montclair State, with 14 people. You know, I'm going to show another side of the fire department that maybe the statistics don't show, but all these men and women went out, and I'm also the director of the Community Outreach Program, which during the pandemic, we fed over 100,000 people. And whenever we needed help, we called the police department and the fire department on their time off. And they came and they helped and they fed this past Thanksgiving 400 families. And at Easter, we do the same. They help us take care of First Montclair House on their time off. They're doing this on their time off shows that they care about Montclair and its residents, and I think we all need to show that we care for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that wishes to be heard, please come forward.
Hello, Sarah Avery again.
Good evening again.
Keeping track. Yeah, fiscally strapped. That's what Montclair is. And why? is Montclair fiscally strapped? Well, it has a lot to do with the pilot deals that have been made. There are 8 on the books, none of which have been evaluated to determine whether or not the performance over time has even approached what was promised. Now, Councilor D'Amato made a flippant remark about a percentage or two. We're not talking about a percentage or two. We're talking about millions of dollars just on the land tax credit alone, because this financial proposal gives the owner-investor a credit for 100% of the land tax. The land tax is comprised of 4 or 5 different elements, which is the municipal assessment, the county assessment, the library assessment, the county open space assessment, and, the school assessment. So when you give a credit to a pilot of 100% of the land tax, who's going to make up the school portion of that land tax? Who's going to make up the portion of the county tax? Because the assessment, the property assessment is a number set in stone. The tax rate is a number set in stone. It is fixed and determinable. So therefore, if you give a pilot a credit for 100% of the land tax, then that difference, the county tax, the county open space, and the school tax, that gets paid. That gets paid, whether you like it or not, because the property valuation is the property valuation and the tax rate is the tax rate. So the check gets sent, and that money comes out of the township's pocket. So what has to happen is all of those 8 other pilots that are on the books, those agreements have to be looked at to see if they got a credit for the land tax. And then if you do the multiplication, because it's a $13 million difference on this particular proposed financial agreement, $13 million over 30 years, times 8 is $104 million, because what was promised to the residents, we have to develop to increase our ratables to keep taxes low. But Montclair is number 13 out of 500 municipalities in this state having the highest taxes. So the math doesn't work. And I just want to say, as far as the fire department is concerned, I take it very personally when residents come up here and badmouth the fire department and say that, they're really not doing anything to earn their pay, because my daughter is married to a Montclair firefighter, and my son-in-law is the father of my 4-month-old grandson. And if his life is going to be put at risk because of looking for $1 million in savings when this town burns money on a regular basis, I take it very personally.
Thank you very much. Any other guests that wish to be heard this evening? Now is your chance. Please come forward.
Hi there. I'm Beth Derrico, a Montclair resident, and on a totally different topic here, I'm been following the deer issue in Montclair since November. I've talked to a few different people, and you know what? I'm really concerned, and I know others are too. Doing a deer count gives the impression that you just want to know how many deer are in town, so you can. But actually, it's so they can be eliminated. I know in other towns that's how it begins. you know, so many towns say, oh, there's too many deer, they're eating my hydrangeas. People can learn how to deal with their gardens and their plants. We can teach them, but you know, we can really work on that. It is a real problem, but killing the deer is somewhat outrageous to just go and say we're counting them, but actually we're counting them. Because after they count these deer, the town set what they call harvest goals. Yup, that's what they call them, harvest goals. And they hire united bow hunters to shoot them with bows and arrows, leaving some deer walking around wounded and suffering. Or they hire people to stand up in trees with their guns, and they lure the deer into the location with corn, and they shoot them from there. Mothers, fawns, and families are shot from these guys that have lured them in. It's not just a natural, oh, I'm going to hunt my dinner. These guys have lured them in for that. Sometimes the fawns are you know, just orphaned, and now think of that suffering. The social dynamics of a herd is destroyed in this manner of hunting or culling. And for what? Just to have beautiful hydrangeas in Montclair? You know, there's other ways. We don't have to be just concerned about aesthetics. We know that the neighbors are concerned and want the town to do something, but there are other ways. I found something very helpful. It's this New Jersey Division of Fish and Wildlife, and it's really a perpetual cycle of killing diagram. And it really shows that there's more to this than just getting rid of some deer. Fish and Wildlife facilitates excessive deer numbers. They work to ensure successful hunting experiences, which result in higher sales of hunting licenses. That generates revenue for their budget, which qualifies the state for millions in grants, which are used for practices to proliferate deer and keep them healthy. I think I heard you say tonight that an ordinance was added today. If that's the case, I urge you to vote in favor of this ordinance and show what Montclair stands for. I'm confident we can find ways to deal with the deer and find a better way to manage this, protect drivers and gardens, and do it in a way that's more progressive and more Montclair-like. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any others that wish to be heard this evening? Come on down, please. Oh, I'm
Hi, good
sorry.
evening.
Good evening.
Bet you're happy to see a tree hugger. Walk down many blocks in Montclair and you feel it. The shade, the stillness, the light filtering through a canopy that took decades, sometimes a century to grow. Those trees are not scenery, they're infrastructure, critical infrastructure, especially in overburdened communities. They cool our streets, filter our air, absorb our stormwater, and hold this town's character in their roots. And we're losing them. Not dramatically, not all at once, quietly, permit by permit, stump by stump, while an ordinance written for a different era has lost all its teeth. Between 2022 and 2024, Montclair issued removal permits for roughly 430 trees per year. In that same period, only about 263 replacement commitments were made annually, and those are commitments on paper. We've not implemented yet a mechanism to confirm a single one was ever planted, even though all it would take is an email or a text or a phone call to follow up. Meanwhile, our tree fund collected as little as $5,000 in a year. That won't buy and maintain a dozen street trees. Our ordinance requires one replacement for every tree removed, one sapling for a 40-inch oak, one whip of a tree for a specimen that shaded 3 houses. 9 of our 10 peer municipalities have already moved beyond this. Princeton scales replacements by trunk diameter. Summit calculates by canopy lost. Morristown charges $500 per tree. Montclair charges $250. the lowest in the region, and generates almost nothing. Over the past 3 years, a DBH-based formula would have required approximately 1,800 more trees to be planted than our ordinance demanded. 1,800 trees. That is not a projection, that is what we already lost to inaction. Those trees are not coming back, but the ones removed next year still can be replaced properly. If we act now, I'm asking council to adopt a DBH-based replacement formula. So large trees requiring proportional replanting large trees require proportional replanting. To set the fee in lieu of planting at $500 up to $2,000 per required replacement tree, and deposit every single dollar into a dedicated tree canopy and sidewalk fund. To require verification of planting before a certificate of occupancy is issued, to track survival for 5 years, and to publish an annual canopy report so every resident can see what is being lost and what is being gained. Every year we wait is another 600 trees we will never get back. This is not a complicated problem. Please make this happen by Earth Day.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for your time this evening. My name is Holly Felber. I own Barber Eclectic at 594 Valley Road. I'm a member of the Upper Montclair Business Association. I'm actually up here for 2 reasons. The first is the presentation that was made by Manny regarding parking. Is this the time to ask questions, or should it be at another meeting?
You can share your comments and
Okay,
things
I have
with
one
us,
quick
yes.
comment. Currently, where my building is located, the parking lot immediately behind is the Upper Montclair Plaza. We currently have 3 businesses that are considered drop-off businesses, where parents drop off their kids and then sit in their cars with the engines running, and they sit in our permit spots. I would like to see that the ticket price for a non-permit parking in a permit spot be raised. I think that could be a creative solution to maybe making a little more money for the town and deterring people from parking in permit spots. My other comments about that I will save. Now I'd like to just say a couple words about Montclair's Bravest. We've talked a lot about the fires that they respond to, but what about everything else? Yeah. What about the car accidents, when a pedestrian gets hit, when there's a medical emergency? In Upper Montclair, which will be very affected by this budget cut with the brownout of the 1 truck, suddenly we will have fewer people there. We don't have a police station close to us, so it is our Bravest who respond to so many calls, and they are there so quickly because of where they're located. Another thing I find curious, every town has an ISO rating based upon the fire department. All of our property insurance, business insurance, is based on the ISO rating. Has the council looked at how this budget cut will affect the ISO rating? Will Montclair be downgraded? Thus, every single resident's property insurance will go up. The insurance for this building will go up. Ultimately, will that cost more money than what is the proposed savings in this budget cut? Can anyone answer that? Has anyone looked at that?
We're not doing this now.
If you'd like to. No.
Oh, I find it curious because there will be a financial impact on individual property owners. Even I think apartment insurance will go up. So I think we have to be careful to maintain the ISO as it is, because as we all know, insurance has gone up precipitously in the state of New Jersey, if anyone's gotten a renewal lately. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Next, please.
Hi, I'm Parker Chiak. I'm from Harvard Street. I'm here in support of the Montclair Trust Act, as I'm sure you know. Thank you for the work you guys have been doing with legal and with everything in the committees. I did not hear back after the committee meeting last week, I believe. I'm curious to know what the status is. I don't know where we are with it. I'm hoping it'll be added to the agenda for the next meeting. One of our more well-known residents and ex-head of DHS, Jay Johnson, was interviewed on February 6th, or did a speech on February 6th at the Harvard Kennedy School. I want to quote him. He said that ICE is toxic. CBP is toxic. This is a toxicity that we're trying to keep from spreading. That's why we're creating this buffer. That's what this Trust Act is about. I've heard Montclair's police department doesn't need this. They're good. Okay, fine. Create that buffer. I don't believe it. It's not that nothing against the police department itself, but I can't go on trust. I can't go on trust me, bro. These cameras are only for our safety. Or I can't go with Montclair police will do the right thing because that's what they do. That's not enough. We need to codify these things. The other thing that Jay said is, I lost it. He said the department is out of control. Again, we need to create this buffer between these two, between our town and these out of control, toxic agencies. As I said to last week, I don't feel like we can trust the federal government at this point to protect us. The state government wasn't able to pass the 3 Immigrant Trust Act resolutions. So I'm relying on you guys. This is the time to step up. This is the time to actually show the community that we stand and care for them and we will protect them. So I'm hoping that you will add this to the agenda for next week. I'm confident you will, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Mayor and Council. Donato Don DiGeronimo. I was on the fire department for 33 years. I was president of the FMBA for 12 of those years. I just want to let you know where the number 16 came from. First of all, in the NFPA 1710, that speaks to 16 on a shift. But there was starting probably in 83, 84, there was 5 or 6 of us that were going to Randall's Island for the FDNY training sessions that they used to give every Saturday morning. And we were going pretty often. And what we were learning there was 16, minimum 16 is key. But the same fire that we would have in a 3-family house here, the FDNY, when they got that coming in as a fire, they would have 66 firefighters responding. At that time, we were sometimes even going down to 11 and 12 per shift, which was very, very dangerous and was scary for just being on the fire department. We through negotiations, we came up, and it's almost probably a little more than 30 years ago, we came up with 16 as the sweet spot. Because at that time, we had 21 per shift, and with 3 on vacation and a couple of whatever else, we would never really go below 16. That truck uptown, I served on that when I first got promoted to lieutenant. And believe me, it's key. Montclair State is there. The way Montclair is, being 6 miles long, you just need those two trucks to balance it. At the time that we were going to the FDNY, we were not doing truck work. We were learning how to do truck work then. There's a difference between engine work and truck work. The engine, they put the fire out with the water. The trucks do rescue, do ventilation. They go ahead of the engines often. So it's very, very important. In the 1990s, the chief at the time wanted to go to what he was calling the St. Louis Quinn concept. And we were here, just like tonight. We had all of our members there to fight that. In the meantime, we've had 5 different studies that studying Montclair. And as they've said before, they've all come up with the same thing, the manpower and what our needs are. The other thing is, when we took over, when we were getting paid for Glen Ridge, and we were going to calls in Glen Ridge on mutual aid, the other towns were reluctant to come. They were like, you're getting paid, we're not coming. And they have the right to refuse, and they have refused. And I was a battalion chief at a fire when they were refusing to send rigs. So there's a lot of complications with it. And what Eddie had said before, and what John Fierro has said, I think you should meet with them. There's other ways to work all of this out, and I think you should hear about it. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Donnie.
Good evening again. Lonnie Summer Padilla, resident of Montclair. This may be the understatement of the year, but we are really living in incredibly stressful times, and for a lot of reasons. In Montclair, we have spent the better part of the last 12 months in a ruthless debate amongst neighbors and how long it will take to repair the damage done to our sense of community as a result of the debate on how to address the school budget crisis remains to be seen. I get it. This issue is personal, much like the issue of budget cuts to the fire department. We are talking about people's livelihoods and the people who save lives. Firefighters do what only few other people in few other professions do. They run towards and into danger, risking their lives willingly. They do not run away from it. That is commendable, but we cannot ignore the crises that our community is facing due to strains on our school and township budgets. Residents are paying astronomical amounts in property taxes, and we have already had long-standing members of our community move out because it simply is no longer affordable for your average family. Something has to be done. Manager Marks, I cannot tell you how refreshing it is to have a town manager who makes recommendations based on analysis and data. The study conducted by New Jersey Community Solutions that your rationale is based on made it clear that even with closing the Firehouse 3, there was no data to support that a single resident would not be adequately serviced by the fire department. Does that mean that every resident has the ideal situation? No, but every resident would have what is considered to be adequate. That is the same compromise that the school district is being confronted with. We may not have the ideal and the fantasy right now, we simply can't afford it, but we can ensure that every student has what is considered a free and appropriate education. Appropriate, not ideal being the key word. If we demand more than what is considered to be appropriate, that means that we have to pay for that, and that is simply not viable for many of us. No matter what, we know that our taxes are going up as a result of things we do not have immediate control over, such as the skyrocketing costs of health insurance benefits. If you are not going to increase efficiency in our municipal services, then you will not be able to offset the increases that you cannot control. And that would mean that many of us will be forced to move out. I have to believe that this is not the outcome you, the council, want. I know that each of you care deeply about the people of this town, and I hope that you will create a budget and make decisions from a place of care and careful consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Lauren Berman. I am here to support the manager in his decision to right-size the fire department effective March 5th. For those who may not be aware of specifically what the upcoming changes are, minimum daily staffing is being reduced from 16 to 14 firefighters, resulting in a brownout of Truck 2 at the Uptown Valley Road Station. I live almost 1.5 miles northwest of the Valley Road Station. This means that I live in one of the most compromised homes by the brownout of Truck 2, and I support this decision because I feel that my family and my property are reasonably safe with minimum daily staffing of 14 firefighters and 1 truck in Montclair. Why would I feel that I'm reasonably safe with this reduction? We can always have less risk and faster response times. That does not mean there is not a line that should be drawn. It's important to us as a community to be reasonably safe from risk of fires, but also to have other things. This change moves Montclair into closer alignment with our neighbors who have professional fire departments and are also all reasonably safe. This does not move us to a volunteer fire department, nor am I advocating for one. I read the report commissioned by the township, prepared by the former fire chief of Summit. I found it to be detailed and thorough, and I learned a lot from it. The change that Montclair is making is reasoned and appropriate. West Orange and Bloomfield, the comparison towns in the report, both have minimum staffing for fire suppression of 13 firefighters and 1 truck. Milburn likewise has 1 truck. South Essex has minimum staffing of 14. I have not heard nor read anything that makes Montclair inherently more dangerous than our neighbors, nor that those residents feel unsafe. Setting aside staffing for a moment, one area of particular concern to me in the report was the failure to issue fines for repeated false alarms. False call responses constitute almost half of the calls the fire department responds to. And naturally, when responding to a false alarm, which must be treated as a fire, a true fire emergency will receive a delayed response. The report found that the fire officials are not enforcing municipal alarm ordinance in order to reduce the number of false alarms. This is just one example, as the report outlines 44 recommendations, one of which is related to staffing. There are many steps that can be taken to make us more prepared for fire emergencies, yet I haven't heard a single item related to the 43 other recommendations mentioned by one member of the fire department today in terms of anything that they're willing to do other than ask us for money to make us more safe based on all of those findings. Why? And to be clear, the staffing recommendation offers automatic aid agreements as a means of increasing the response to those fires that need them in such big developments. Thank you for standing firm. We witnessed a smidgen tonight of what you have to withstand in order to do it, and really, thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there another guest who wishes to be heard? Mr. Scott? Okay, thank you. Okay.
William Scott, 23 Cedar Avenue, longtime resident of Montclair for 76 years. I lived on Orange Road for 8 years, and then I've been a resident on Cedar Avenue for about 35 years, right down the street from Firehouse Number 3. And during my 30-year residence there on Cedar Avenue, I've heard that fire truck go down to the senior citizen building on many occasions. And I'm saying that they are service providers. They're providing a service for our seniors to go in and find out what's going on. I mean, this town is growing. I think between all the major redevelopments, we've probably put in over 1,000 units over the last 20 years. That's probably a couple thousand residents. I don't see how in the world you could consider cutting your fire department when your population is growing. It just doesn't make any sense to me. And in regards to the fire department, the police department is in the same scenario. They're providing more services with a larger population that's continuing to grow in Montclair and probably will continue to grow for God knows how long. So, you know, to consider cutting a fire department or your police department, we've gone through cutting services with our municipal workers. We've outsourced so many of the different jobs over the years, and now we're at a point where we want to consider reducing our fire department and our police department. Unacceptable. I feel very comfortable when I had a scenario. I had a little fire in my backyard. I placed a call and they were there in a matter of minutes. They came from Firehouse Number 3. I see the firehouse support out of that firehouse over many, many years, 35 plus years. And why we have determined that we don't need that firehouse because we want to save a couple of dollars. I have invested in Montclair. I've paid thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars of taxes. I'm a landlord. I've got 3 generations of my family living in this township right now. I'm going to invest whatever it takes to keep my comfort level the way it is for the last 76 years of my life in this township. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott.
Mike McDonald, Llewellyn Road again. Yes. Good to be back up here. I think
probably the most important line item in a township like Montclair is having a professional, well-trained, responsive, and robust first responder team, fire department and police department. And if there's one line item on the budget that I don't want to be minimum or average or adequate, it is the people coming to save people's lives when there's a fire or an accident, a car accident. So I would completely support all the firemen and the others that have supported, the fire department in putting a pause on this March date. So thanks so much.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much, guests, for joining us this evening. And now we're going to move on. Oh, you wanted to move 24? Yeah. You want to do that? The bills list?
No.
You wanted to move?
We want to move number 24.
To,
Can we follow the same procedure and move to amend the agenda?
Mayor,
yes.
I'd like to make a
First of
motion.
all, I want to know what we're doing with, you put something on the agenda.
Right, it'll go after, assuming Susan makes a motion to amend to put number 24 next, then I'll go after that.
Okay. Deputy Mayor, you want to do number 24?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda to move resolution number 20, item number 24.
Second.
Okay. What are we going to do?
Can we do a voice vote?
Yes.
Would you please read in the record for those at home and those that are here what number 24 is, please?
Okay, number 24, agenda item number 24 is the resolution of reaffirming the designation of BDP Holdings, LLC as the redeveloper of the Lackawanna Plaza Redevelopment Project and authorizing the execution of a redevelopment agreement between the township and BDP Holdings.
And there was moved and second. Madam Clerk?
We're amending the agenda first.
Okay.
The request was to amend
Madam
the
Clerk,
agenda to move this
do the
above-
roll call, please.
to earlier
Thank
in
you.
the agenda.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham? Yes. You said yes, I'm sorry. Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Harrison?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Now, I guess, Counselor Harrison, you want to do something that's not on the agenda?
No,
We're going to do something else over here. Okay.
yes. No, we voted to amend the agenda to,
Okay, so
Do
you
it
moved
now.
it now? Did you move this now? There's
I
a
did
second?
move it,
And who seconded? I did. Okay.
Okay.
Madam Clerk?
I called the roll to move it up so that we can, now you want to make the amendment.
No, the amendment was,
The first thing.
So when I called the roll, it was to amend the agenda to bring up number
Exactly.
24.
Right.
So now you want to,
Vote on it. Vote on 24.
without an amendment? You just want to vote on it? Okay,
wait.
okay.
okay.
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
We
Why?
discussed earlier proposing a change to the redevelopment agreement to address workforce housing.
Are you, would you like to make the motion to amend the
There's a
resolution?
motion on the floor now. You just made another motion.
No.
She did.
No, she asked would he like to make a motion.
Right, but she made one before that's on the floor right now.
So the one I have for Deputy Mayor Anderson, I
Right.
apologize, is to vote on item 24, which
Right.
we've already done. So,
There is an amendment to it.
No.
There is
What I moved was to amend the agenda to move item 24 up to earlier in the.
Up,
so
right.
I've done that.
That's
But then
done.
you started another motion, you moved something else, and we were in the middle of that, and then everybody started talking. So I guess we'll just, what is it that you want to do now?
You're going to vote on item number 24. I just implied
Right.
that because of the previous
Right.
conversation, there was going to be an amendment on item 24. So
Correct.
I just need clarity on what we're doing, if we're going to first vote on an amendment, or are we just voting on number 24 as is?
We're voting on number 24.
No, we are. An amendment to the.
Right, but
to
I
item
thought we just
24.
amended it.
No, we did not.
No.
Oh, we moved it up.
Yes.
Okay.
So now we're going to vote on an amendment for number 24.
And
What is the
Director
amendment?
Talley can come up, so I'm not relying on my handwriting.
All of this last minute stuff that wasn't on our agenda.
We discussed this.
No, we didn't discuss
So-
that
So,
in this
so
amendment.
let me, I make a motion that we amend Section 2.09 of the redevelopment agreement, and obviously the redeveloper will have to agree, and I'm going to stop in the middle. So the second paragraph in that section will read, "The workforce housing unit shall be administered by the township's designated affordable housing administrator in accordance with Section 2.08 above." And then the remainder of that sentence is deleted and replaced by,
I left that sentence on my desk upstairs,
Copy the amendment.
so I apologize, I didn't bring it down here with me.
Take a break? Thanks.
You want me to run upstairs and grab that?
No,
Okay.
really, no. Do we have a copy of the amendment?
No, we've discussed that in executive session, and Ms. Talley wrote down the information we wanted to include. She would need to go upstairs and get it. We can put this back to
But
the
none of
end.
us have a paper copy of the amendment that we're
I
trying to
can,
vote
I can,
on?
actually, no, I can tell you what it said, if you give me a second here. I know where I got the language from. So section 2.09 would say, the provisions of section 208 above and the construction, deed restriction, monitoring, administration, and rentals of the workforce units shall be otherwise consistent with the provisions of NJAC 5:80-26.1 et sec.
okay.
That's what I said.
I
earlier.
move that amendment to the redevelopment agreement.
Second.
Okay.
Call the roll. So this is on the amendment. Counselor, Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Harrison?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Abstain? Now, where are we? You wanted to do something else?
I need a movement to adopt as amended.
I now make a motion to adopt the resolution as amended.
Second.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Harrison?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Abstain? I'm still trying to find out, there was something that was put out here earlier by Counselor Harrison, and I'm trying to figure out, what is that?
It was the ordinance for deer management.
Right. Do we have that in paper tonight either, or that's something that we're just adding out to? Did anybody see that?
Mayor, it's being introduced by title only, not by substance, and for a first reading, by title only.
Okay, so now we're just doing that without having it on the agenda at all. This is something new.
It was amended. It was added to the agenda just by
Right,
vote.
no, I'm just taking notes, so when other people want to just add stuff that's not on the agenda also, then they should feel free to do this, because we keep talking about wanting to do things a certain way, and then we get in here and we just do it whatever way anybody feels like doing it. So where are we now?
According to the amended agenda, we're discussing the deer ordinance, which I will do, and give a full explanation of why we're here, which was not doing things out of order. We followed the procedure. The attorney was not available to finalize it. It was discussed at the agenda meeting. It was agreed it would be on. The attorney did not have a chance to finalize it. And let me back up a step and do this. When the council, before I was here in August, approved the deer survey, there was an issue with the wording or something. It had to be reapproved after I was here, while there was no public comment when it was first approved. There was much public comment and concern raised by residents based on experiences in other municipalities that these surveys led to deer culling in suburban towns. That surprised me. I mean, I'm fully aware that this occurred, and they were concerned the same thing was happened in Montclair, and that was expressed by one resident tonight. We added words to the resolution accepting the grant for the survey, that this would not result in killing. There remain concerns looking at the existing township ordinances. There were a number of gaps. A very broad ordinance was drafted that dealt with a bunch of issues with flaws, also dealt with all wildlife initially. That was created a bunch of complications, including rats, mice, voles. People probably do want to kill them. And so we limited the ordinance to just dealing with precluding the township from simply participating in any killing or culling of deer. And just to do the title of the ordinance, is an ordinance prohibiting the use of lethal methods of deer management within the Township of Montclair by the Township of Montclair and reinforcing non-lethal conflict-based management approaches, and I so move.
We should table it because everybody seems to be confused except for maybe one or two people. And I don't have anything at all in writing.
You know, and this process excuse me, may I speak?
Yes, Councilor Williams.
This process, I would have preferred that this have gone last so that the employees that are waiting here for their stuff to come up, we can pass it so that they can go home. I mean, I don't know why this needed to be done right now.
I don't know why it needed to be on the agenda at all. So
I can answer that.
I wanted to know what was so urgent that it couldn't wait until the next meeting. So here we are.
It needed to go on tonight rather, to coincide with the deer count that ends, I believe, at the end of March. Is that correct? Myself, Councilor Birmingham, Councilor Harrison, we've had meetings, small working group meetings, to come up with this new language for the deer ordinance. We've worked with some residents who are, I'm going to call them experts, if you will, to get this here. I did ask that Councilor Birmingham and Councilor Harrison share it with their committee members, which I believe they did share a draft. Our attorney was handling it to put the final touches on it. She was out for 2 days, and then we had snow, so it wasn't enough time to put it on for tonight. But this absolutely must be voted on this evening to ensure that we are in compliance, if you will, or in alliance with the March count for deer.
What is the deadline for that?
It's March.
Well,
is it March
the count will
3rd?
be done in March.
Right.
Right, so we have 3 meetings in March, so I'm just trying to figure out again, what is the deadline such that this had to be done tonight?
Well, we'd like to
Do we
have
know
this
that?
non-lethal ordinance in place prior to the count, just to ensure that there's,
Well,
you know.
and we followed,
We followed every procedure. Again, the reason it's being introduced tonight.
one of us moved, the other seconded, asked to be
Yep.
put on the agenda. It was discussed at the agenda meeting. It wasn't like we're doing this out of sequence. It's
And it
the
was
timing
shared
just
in-
didn't work out.
It was shared in email with
I get what
everyone.
you're saying, but again, still, now if we're gonna start just taking stuff word of mouth and not having anything to go by, and we just have to, we're gonna verbally start doing things, and that's a new thing that we need to add to what we're gonna be doing, our strategic plan on how we're gonna do these meetings.
No,
We're
Madam
just
Mayor,
gonna
I'm
bring 'em
sorry.
in and
That's not
have
what we're
word of
doing here
mouth
tonight.
And then ask people to vote, even though there's nothing for them to look at.
Well, we've asked the attorney to print out some copies, and she has them here
Okay. I
for
would
us
like
to
see-
review. Yes.
Yeah. Where is it?
The ordinance is not in final
Slam it
form, it's
down
being
on
introduced
purpose?
by title only. I said
Okay,
if you wanted
so-
to introduce it,
Yeah,
it could be introduced by title. I only
So
gave
she's
that
saying
option because it's not
introducing it by
finalized.
So-
title.
We've never done that, so can you explain what that means to all, to
So-
the public?
So under any form of government, it's actually a general, under NJSA 40, and I can find, I believe it's 49. When an ordinance, a township would like to introduce an ordinance, and there's time limitations or whatever have you, they can introduce an ordinance by title. And the only caveat is it's not formally adopted and cannot be formally adopted until after a week of public notice. So it provides, since our next meeting was March 17th, what I had suggested was that it be introduced by title. We can then work on it, so long as it's published to the public and the public has notice of the wording of the ordinance changes 1 week before we put it on the agenda for a vote. And that is a proper procedure under NJSA in certain circumstances. It's not usual, but it can be done that way. It's not usual, it's up to the council. If they want something on the agenda, it is an option to introduce by title. And that's the option that I gave.
For any reason.
There's no specific reason that it says, it's an option.
We're learning new things here, and we can now add that to the plan of what we're gonna do with our meeting. And it's gonna go on the 17th and not the 13th?
Again, that way, I gave options based on the statute, and this is the option that was selected by your council persons.
This can go on for, is it the 12th or the 13th? It can go on, it's the 12th. We can go on for that. We just came up with the 12th during this meeting, so that's why we were saying the 17th. The 12th became an option behind some other agenda items, but it can definitely go for the public to see. As our attorney mentioned, it can go on for the 12th, but we need to introduce the title tonight.
So then, could it go on the agenda for the 12th, first reading, with a full, so we can all, everyone can read it, and then I believe we have a meeting on the 24th, is that correct? So that could be the second reading?
Absolutely.
So that way, we're accomplishing something very similar in terms of, right, so you need 10 days, so that's enough time, right? So you could do the 12th to have this is a suggestion that again, to accomplish something very similar, because nobody's read it, right? It's still being worked on. So it could be the 12th introduced, and then second reading on the 24th, which would accomplish something very similar to what we would be doing anyway now.
And
right?
that's the council's option to
That's just a
introduce the
suggestion
whole.
for something.
As the council desires, in terms of having the full text is the typical general way, but the option is also there for title, depending on the circumstances.
Okay, and again, if every counselor can just check their email, you should have the draft that Ruby's working on. I'm not sure how much other changes you have to make
I
to
made
it.
no changes.
So she made no changes. It was shared with this council.
Okay, so there was a motion and a second, right? Somebody made a motion to do whatever this other fancy thing is that we haven't done before?
Just introduced by title.
Okay.
Not by
So,
substance.
Madam Clerk?
Does
So
this-
we can do that, we can not vote for that, and then we can vote on what Councilor Birmingham suggested. I think that was an excellent suggestion.
Just putting it out there. Because we really haven't we haven't before introduced by title. And just to give people, again, the opportunity to read what we would be discussing.
And have any type of,
And we would have it done by March 24th,
Yep.
which is, and the deer count is going to be done.
and we're familiar
March,
with
so-
that process.
I have no issue with that suggestion. I don't really
So,
understand why the urgency.
The simplest way to do that is for me to withdraw my motion.
Okay.
So
Second,
I withdraw the motion.
second,
No,
Oh.
just Amina has to withdraw
Oh.
and then it's gone.
okay. So, do you have to make a motion?
No,
that we
but-
put it on, or we just put it on
We'll
regular
just-
process? Good, okay. So can I slam bang this back, or I can keep?
I just want to confirm that it's going to be on the 12th because I need to advertise
Yes.
Yes, because
appropriately.
Thank you.
It only works
We're
for
gonna
the
put it on the
adoption if it's
12th.
on the 12th.
Yes.
Thank
Okay.
you.
That was the original.
Okay, now, we want, which staff member, go ahead, read whichever one you want next. Right, but someone mentioned something about, there was some staff people here that needed to be heard. Is there, any of the council want anything removed from the consent, or can we go through the consent as is?
No, I'd like a couple, 9 and 14.
9 and 14. Anybody else? We're talking about the consent agenda, going through it as is. 9 and 14 are out.
Madam Clerk, I just wanted to make one comment that number 15, I believe in the resolution I had, Ezra's name was misspelled. It should be Rifkin in Resolution 15. Just wanted to note that.
This one. 17, and number 18. 19. Who is that? Okay, okay. We want to withdraw 17 and 18.
20 should be off the consent agenda.
Yes, this is a consent one. Okay, so we have 9 and 14 pulled from the consent agenda and 17 and 18 withdrawn. Anybody else?
20 off the consent agenda.
20 is coming off of the consent agenda? Yes. Okay. Counselor D'Amato, did you want to lead the discussion on number 9? Everything else and then come back to those? I'm fine, that's fine.
Did we want to do the bills list by, Amina, did Counselor Toller? Yes.
You wanna pull that?
Because you're usually very eagle-eyed on the bills list.
I have questions, but we don't need to, yeah, we're gonna have to pull it, because I have questions. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll take the bills
And
list out.
did we pull 22, just because I have some questions?
22,
I guess 22 and 21.
20, 21, 22, 9, and 14, coming off the consent agenda. Yes.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Do you actually have to pull things off the consent agenda if you have a question? Because if
Yes.
Manager Marks goes through it, you could just ask your question right then and there, and we don't have to pull things.
Well, we can just do
Right,
all of the
Madam
consent
Clerk?
agenda.
That's what I was saying.
Right, but if it's not a lot, then we can vote on the consent agenda, and it leaves us with 5 things versus a zillion and 5. So can we call the roll on the consent agenda?
I'd like to pull off 19 as well.
19, 20, 21, and 22 on that
And-
page?
And, yes.
Okay. Can we do a roll call on the consent agenda?
Just to confirm, the numbers that were removed are 1, 9, 14, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, and 22.
I'm sorry, could you repeat those?
1, 9, 14, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, and 22. I need to
Yes.
move it for the
Second.
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
Yes.
Counselor Harrison.
Yes.
Counselor Toller,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. Okay, starting with the bill list. What are the ones that, someone said that the staff
Hi.
people needed to speak on something.
Are there any?
Eileen said, who
Are
wanted
there
to
any
speak on that?
staff members who are here that, where we could do your 14? Do we want to do that one now?
So then we're going to
Or
14.
Mr. Wait, Austin, what were you here for?
There's questions on number 9.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so we're going to number 14,
No, number 9.
and then we're going to go to number 9, number 14.
Should we do 9? Okay. Mr. Ashley, they're nominating you for number 9.
So you don't want to do number 14? You want to go after him? Okay.
They're very courteous.
We could have done all of this over the weekend when I asked for it. Nobody responded but you. You were the only one that responded.
I pulled 9.
9.
So, hello, Mr. Ashley.
Hello.
Good
How
to
are
see
you?
you.
Nice to see you.
Can you please explain to me and my constituents what $100,000 in engineering for the parking lot of this building consists of?
So that will be,
How many spaces, first of all, if I can ask, are in this parking lot?
off the top of my head, I don't have the number of spaces.
Around 100, right?
Again, I don't have the number on the top of my head, but that is for, we're looking to bid out that project. This was something we had looked to do with our co-op, with the road program. The problem with that is that those numbers are, those contractors, when they bid out for those co-op prices, they're looking to do mileage of roads, so roadways. The vendor that got the award last year wasn't so interested in doing parking lots because it takes a whole nother mobilization, and you don't get as much tonnage done in one single project. So in order to bid out this particular lot with the addition of the bank lot, it needs to be, the specs need to be made and needs to be bid out. So there's a cost associated with that. If it was just going to be a standard mill and pave that we could do with our co-op pricing, we wouldn't have to do the bidding process.
And roughly, okay, so I did not know, so that's some good news in there, that it does involve the
That block,
PNC
yes.
building, which is which will be,
Additional.
I assume will be after the building is demolished.
Correct.
And then the hole is filled.
Mhm.
So there'll at least be something new rather than
Yes.
restriping
Yes.
Will the layout of these parking lots change dramatically?
So that we're working with the parking authority on, to lay out the parking spaces, and he would have a better idea of that
Okay.
particular layout than I would.
Okay, because we are, in fact, looking at this location as not being something that we will be using for the next 20 years or something like that. I'm just looking at this number of $100,000 and trying to make sense of it as a, person new to government. But
But that also includes the addition of the handicap ramp in the back of the building.
the engineering for that, okay,
Yes. Yes, it's not just the parking lot, that's the project as a whole.
okay.
Sorry.
And then the bike lane improvements. So this is, how many linear feet or roughly how many miles of this? Is it?
Again, Roberto, do you know the exact?
Yeah, Mr. Hernandez, maybe?
You got that number on you.
No, I don't have the exact number on me right now, but I will say that it would run, let's see. Oh, this is it here. Yes, so it would run from, Cedar, there's two streets, Cedar Avenue.
Right.
Is one of them. Run from Harrison all the way down to the county limit of Orange Road. And then Orange Road on the townships, on the township side, from the intersection with Union Street all the way down to Llewellyn. So how that figures out, I don't have the exact.
To Llewellyn,
To Llewellyn, yes.
not to Cedar.
No, because at that point, Orange Road converts to county.
Oh, Orange, I'm sorry, that's right,
Yes.
that's right. Okay, I get it.
Yes.
Yeah, I was
So
thinking.
we're
Harrison.
we're confined to work within the township jurisdictional limit, and that's as far as we can take it, at least for now.
Okay. Again, I'm just pushing on these numbers. I mean, we've had to have some of our employees here tonight and have, tough talks about money. And like, these are numbers, I'll just tell you that I look at some of these numbers sometimes and I think, is this the number for the engineering or for the actual work? This first happened when we looked at the engineering for the bike lane on Glen Ridge Avenue,
correct.
where it was $400,000 for about a quarter of a mile. And
Correct.
I couldn't believe that was actually not the actual work, but the paperwork.
Correct.
So,
With that one, the big difference there was the funding source, right? So that, it was a federal project.
Yeah, it was free money,
Required a whole
right?
bunch
Yeah.
of.
yeah, I pay federal taxes too.
Yes.
I mean, there's nothing else I can say other than I just have to,
And just to clarify
encourage you
too,
to-
that is not just the engineering, that's the engineering
And the
and
project
the
management,
oversight
yeah.
during construction as well.
Right.
So, just to clarify that as well.
thank you.
Sure. Are you done? You're done? So I have a question on number 14, number 5, Maple Avenue improvements is community development block grant funds. In your background, it says $200,000 was received in funding, but on your table, you're only spending $76,000. I'd like to know where the other 124 is going. Additionally, I have emailed and asked repeatedly that we do not need pedestrian scale lighting on Maple Avenue. Instead, we need those speed humps replaced. So I just want to
That's
ensure
part-
that
yeah,
the
that's-
scale lighting is not going. We don't, the Maple Avenue is lit up enough with Glenfield Park. We don't need another light bulb out there. We just don't.
Yeah.
I've sent emails to you, to Ms. Talley, to Austin. We don't need any lights. More recently, we'd like to see the speed pumps be
Right.
replaced because they are worn out. They're actually comical at this point.
Right.
So is there any way to add that? And then if you can tell me where the other 124 went or is going of this community development grant money, because we're only spending 76 on Maple Avenue, is what your sheet shows here. It says Maple Avenue improvements,
Oh.
76K, but your memo or the background mentions 200,000.
Well, to just clarify, the $76,000, that's not the cost for the project, that's the cost for the engineering design and oversight of the project.
Okay, that's fair.
That's funded through capital township funding.
Okay.
Which has been budgeted for and is available. The $200,000 in grant funding, That was through the Department of Planning and Community Development, who submitted that grant application that included the lighting and
Yeah, but
streetscape
why was the
improvements
lighting
at the time.
included? I emailed Ms. Talley numerous times. I don't understand who's at these meetings and why I wasn't called
Yeah.
to the meeting. to
The
have some
lighting, I
input.
believe, is limited to the section in front of Glenfield School, which I don't believe has
We don't need any
any
more lights. We need
pedestrian
lights
scale
on
lighting.
Miller Street. I know that the county said no, and, we just don't need any more lights on Maple Avenue.
That's something we can certainly discuss. But to answer your other question, speed humps are included in this project.
Or is this memo going to be revised to say that? Because that's not what it says.
But it mentions traffic calming and road repaving
Okay.
as part of the project. So it's not just speed humps. We're looking to upgrade the area because it is within the school zone. So there'll be school zone striping, pedestrian crosswalks will be enhanced as well. Additional flashing signage will be installed. So it's not just a streetscape project. It's much, much more than that.
We don't need any more lights. I'm going to say it again.
I hear you.
Thank you.
Gwen, on the permeable asphalt, which we were talking about earlier tonight, there's some maintenance obligation with that. Is that correct, to like vacuum it out?
Yes,
We
it
do
needs to be
that.
regularly maintained.
Do we
Oh,
do that?
Yeah.
We don't have any permeable, well, other than the sidewalks. I mean, we don't have any large scale.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just a pathway, really.
But we go
Watch and
around
pause.
once a year with that machine, and
We haven't reached that point yet because they were just done a few months ago, but once we reach that cycle, yes, we have to maintain that.
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
yes.
Counselor Harrison.
Yes.
Counselor Toller,
Yes, with no lights on Maple Avenue.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Okay, number 14. On down.
Good evening.
Who wanted number 14? Yes, thank you.
Hi, Council. How are you?
Good to see you. Thanks for staying. So I believe, and maybe the manager should talk about this, that there was some challenge to the changing of the vendor. There is an esteemed member of the community who is, I guess, an advisor to that existing company, and they wanted assurances that the changing was for good reasons. Yeah, I don't, you advise.
The letter
The letter.
challenge, you can speak about it.
There's nothing really more I can speak about it, other than to say that I would like to know your opinion on why you would have changed vendors, just to perhaps calm their nerves.
Sure.
As to why that was a good idea.
No problem. So we have a current contract with Extra Duty Solutions to handle all the off-duty job management, scheduling and everything. It was for 2 years with the option to renew for year 3, 4, and 5. Over the 2 years, we noticed some issues with their software. They had some problems, including payment errors to officers, jobs posted with wrong times and dates, jobs being posted late, and we decided that we were not going to just automatically renew with them. We would seek a request for proposal from other sources and other vendors, and that's what we did. We went out, we requested proposals, and we got 3 proposals, and we did some research, asked around other towns in the area, and they liked one of the proposals better, as did we when we did our evaluations. We went through the process that they have for the purchasing department
guided us through everything. We rated all 3 vendors, and it was the one that Jobs for Blue, the company Visual Computer Solutions, Inc., that scored the highest. And we also confirmed with towns around us that use them that they are very happy with them. And their platform seems to be requested by even vendors that hire police officers. They say things like, when are you going to Jobs for Blue? They're just so much easier scheduling than what your current company is, Extra Duty Solutions. So we have had some issues. So we also have a schedule, our regular schedule for our regular staff and patrol and our staff, for admin staff, is with a company that right now is Power DMS, which we pay roughly around $6,600 to use that platform. It's separate from the Extra Duty Solutions. We were going to move on from them anyway, because it's just outdated and just, we have to have spreadsheets and everything every day printed out just to be able to tell everybody where they're going. And we were gonna move on to another company, which Visual Computer Solutions is that company. They have a platform called POSS, P-O-S-S, that includes the Extra Duty job management with our regular job management. So now we would be able to see the entire staff and where they are at any moment in one platform. We don't have to go to multiple software or multiple platforms to view it. So considering we were already going to do that, and we were having issues with our current Extra Duty, off-duty management system, we just thought it was best to move on and not renew with them and do the request for proposal for the other vendors.
Thank you. I mean, all I wanted to do was just, interrogate the thing because it was. But I would say one other thing, which is that it says here, very sort of happily, cost to the township of 000.
Yes.
Which I'm sure that that's true. The township government is not paying a part of that. But the township as a whole does pay for extra duty activities, and that should be recognized. I will recognize.
It's for the management of the
Agreed.
Schedules.
Agreed.
They
but
do not pay for it.
Some of
Yeah.
my residents end up
Correct.
paying.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilor Harrison.
Just ask the attorney, the attorney for the competing bidder raised a number of legal concerns. Are you satisfied the correct procedures were followed in a timely fashion?
I am. I looked at the letter. We were able to obtain the evaluation report. The evaluation report was then published to the public along with an amended resolution explaining exactly how and why the township is recommending that Visual Computer Solutions be selected as the vendor. So all of the prerequisites have been satisfied.
Any other discussion? Nothing. Okay, I'd like to move this resolution to award a contract to Visual Computer Solutions, Inc. for police off-duty detail management. Is there a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
Yes.
Counselor Harrison.
Yes.
Counselor Toller.
Yes.
Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes, thank you. I think number 17 and 18, we were going to pull them, right? Do we have to table them, or can we just pull them off? We're not ready to do that.
You have to make a motion to table.
I'd like to make a motion to table 17 and 18 and 19, right? I think Councilor D'Amato asked for 19. We were going to, I'm making a motion to table 17, 18. Did you want to table 19 also, or did you want to have discussion on 19?
I think if we're going to, if you wanted to table 20, then we should table all of them.
I'll second that.
So I gotta, Mayor Baskerville, you moved to table. So
I
just
was
need
still
a-
thinking, I said like 17, 18, you know, the
Okay.
brain was still working.
So
And
Counselor,
then-
It's a string bet.
Right, and then whatever he said.
so Counselor D'Amato, you're moving to table 17, 18, 19, and 20.
I will second the
Yes,
mayor's.
right. Teamwork. I do it, he's second.
Okay.
Thank you.
And is this to a date certain or to a date uncertain? Do you want to put it to the next meeting? Do you just want to leave it
17th.
alone and?
You want to do 17, 17. Okay, so that brings us up to 21. Counselor Toller, please.
Sure, thank you. I'm just wondering, we're amending this contract here?
So we are currently advertising for a Director of Information Technology. I think we have some compelling applications. I believe this will be the last monthly management contract with Millennium Communications.
Really?
Oh,
That's wonderful.
yeah, it's nice.
That was leading into number 22, but I'm still
So-
going to ask it.
Did you want me to address 22?
If
Yes,
anyone
please.
else has
Yes.
a question on 21 first.
Oh,
then
okay.
I don't think I heard, you said we're in the process of hiring an IT director?
We're advertising and
Oh,
will
yeah.
be, yeah. So I am hopeful that we will have a candidate selected before the end of March. Selected and perhaps
Well,
on
I
board.
really hate to see the Millennium team go. They're doing an incredible job.
They're doing an excellent job.
Yeah.
And just whomever,
Yeah.
just for the record, you
Yeah.
know, the person you're interviewing, just keep in mind that the firehouse on Pine Street, the reception is really bad when we hold community meetings. That network really needs to be overhauled and
Agreed.
looked at. You know, we can't even use wireless mics over there. And TV 34 gets a little wonky, so whomever the person is.
I think you'll be pleased.
Okay.
Good point.
Well, no problems, Mr. Marks. And then for 22, if we're doing this, you said in your, I think it was at the Finance Committee meeting you presented, there would be no interest rate.
Correct.
So
So-
is it still zero interest?
It's still zero APR for 5 years. There are 5, and so Cisco is the manufacturer. They partner with Bank of America for financing. Bank of America actually takes advantage of depreciation. That's how they're able to keep it at zero APR. So under the terms of the agreement, the first, out of 5 years, a 5-year contract, the first payment would be May 1st, 26 for $320,000. And then on February 1st, 27, the second payment would be due of $507,438.31. And then on February 1st of 2028, the same payment, $507,438.31. And then on February 1st of 2029, the same payment of $507,438.31. And then on February 1st of 2030, the 5th year, $507,438.31. So that's zero APR for 5 years. It's actually an excellent deal.
You said it's a good deal?
It's an excellent deal. I mean,
Yeah.
zero APR on 5 years? For
Excellent.
5 years.
I've never heard of that. That's excellent.
I'm gonna go.
Can you get a better deal?
Say so.
No, come on.
For myself on that.
107,000 is a good deal, y'all. Y'all heard that?
Zero. Okay, so then do we want to vote on 21, resolution number 21, resolution authorizing amendment number 2 of the fair and open contract to Millennium Communication Group, Inc. for information technology support services? I so move.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Harrison?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes, thank you. Someone had we did 22, right? So we're ready to vote on number 22? I so move.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Harrison?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to make a motion that we do all the rest of the consent agenda as a consent agenda. Roll
We
call.
did.
There's
The
one,
bills.
there's,
The bills list.
We haven't done the bills
The
list.
bills list, okay, thank you. Anyone want to lead the discussion, Counselor Toller?
Don't we have to read?
Listen, does anyone want to do that, Counselor Toller?
Sure. I don't have, I had to rip mine apart because this was put together backwards, sorry.
Anybody ready?
Yeah, whereas invoices against the Township of Montclair in favor of the following persons for the amount set opposite their respective names have been received, duly audited, and found corrected. This total amount is $3,154,634.45. I do have some questions before I make a movement.
Okay.
It's very hard to see what pages these are because this was actually stapled and put together, in my opinion, backwards. I know you said the young lady was out. Yeah, I'm trying to pull it apart here. I'm trying to understand, we have a payment for Teleview
What page are you
Corporation.
on, please?
Madam Mayor, I don't know. I
Oh,
think it's
okay.
page 4.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay.
Right, Teleview Corporation for 79. Is there another vendor, or is that just standard pricing that we pay for TV 34?
I do not know, but I could find out for you, unless Ms. Passy,
I don't have anything on
Nope.
it, I'll remove it.
okay.
Yeah, it just seems a little high. Oh, sorry. And public service, electric and gas, I see there's a payment. Just wanted to know the status of those bill payments. I know Ms. Tassie's been keeping copious notes and making those payments. Just want to make sure that we're, still ahead of the game, if you will.
Nothing to report on PSE&G except to say, the bills are paid on a monthly basis, there's 7 bills.
I'm sorry, please, can you come down to the mic in case there are people still up at home that wanted to hear us? Thank you.
In the meantime, I can say that there are no outstanding PSE&G bills
wonderful
to be
news.
paid.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Deputy.
I've approved all I had.
Thank you.
Oh, then-
Thank you, Ms. Tassie.
So
I didn't get
is there a specific question about
No.
PSE&G?
I'm just asking if we're ahead of the game with our payments. I know, what I'm saying is.
We're not ahead.
When we first arrived, public service was so far bad, if you will. There was all this money owed. So every now and then, I just like to get an update that I know that you're doing your due diligence. This isn't an attack
Yes.
or
What I do
anything
want to
against you.
caution
This-
is when the bills do not reflect a zero balance.
No, I understand.
So, and we have not been able to get them to reflect the payments, nor do they reflect a zero balance when they're received,
I understand.
although we have paid the invoiced amount.
Right.
They, in working with the Clary Anderson, they're going to be paying their bills separately. They did notice that there was 2 bills in 2025 that weren't paid. I put them through, and they'll be on the next bills list. One appeared as a credit, so there was nothing due and owing. And one, I just must not have been in receipt of. So those will be on the bills list next.
Okay, thank you. And I guess this question is for Mr. Marks. I see there's Verizon Wireless on the bills list. Has that been satisfied? That huge outstanding bill that we probably don't want to talk about?
Has it been satisfied? I know it was in the works, maybe.
So there's 3 main Verizon Wireless accounts that we've discovered. Unfortunately, in talking with the representatives of Verizon Wireless, there's a long period of time in which no payments were made by the township.
Right.
So what we're just doing is verifying which invoices are paid and unpaid. It's a 3-person team that's doing it. One of the team members was out for a week, and that's why the bills aren't on this bills list, but there should be a considerable amount for the next bills list.
Wonderful. Thank you for, just an update. Thank you.
Oh, I have a
Thank you.
quick question.
I didn't hear-
Hi, Ms. Tassie.
Hi, Mr. D'Amato.
Are we, is the Clary utility now getting its own bill separate?
We're in that process.
We're still in that process.
We're in that process.
They don't get an
so-
envelope with their name on it.
So they don't get an envelope with
Their name
their
on it.
name on it as yet, but we're moving toward that. We're also moving towards they're moving towards some energy efficient projects.
right.
And they want to have their own bill.
They need their own
So
bill.
we are working on that.
And in the meantime, our contractor, our management firm there, takes the bill that you give them, recognizes that bill.
41 Chestnut Street is one of the addresses on one of the main accounts, which is the recreation account. So in order for Clary Anderson to be able to pay that separately, that one line item, mind you, the recreation bill has probably 40 line items. The one line item has to then become its own entity,
But
its own
it-
billing entity.
It will be charged as a utility, as the ice skating utility, the utility bills will be charged against the ice skating utility.
The ice skating,
So
and
the
our
town's not
manager
paying.
there and everybody over there is getting the information and they know what's going on. They know the numbers that
They do.
that the utility is
They do.
liable for, because
Yes.
those numbers, I imagine, are going up.
Yeah, they do.
Okay.
They have a person, the utility has a person at PSE&G that they're working with. We have people at PSE&G that we're working with, and we've come together a couple times to talk it through.
Awesome. No surprises, please.
Not to prolong this, but I was speaking to the ice skating czar this weekend about this, because I didn't see Clary on here on the bills list as a separate utilities, but that's on the come.
That's to come, yes.
I just have one other question, if no one else, I didn't want to.
It's on the bill
I'll
list?
go after you.
This on the bill, right?
Yes,
Mr.
one of
Marks,
those.
on page 5, would you happen to know, this says North American Trading House purchase of equipment for $118,000.
That was my question. Thank
Oh,
you,
you know what?
Birmingham. That was my question, girl.
minds
It
are
says like rocket comp.
I believe that's the composter.
Oh,
yes.
yes.
Lisa
Yeah.
And
I
those are
checked,
grant
yeah.
funded.
It's the
That's right.
composter.
That's the rocket
All right.
composter.
Rock
Thank you.
comp.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Norma. That's correct.
I anticipated,
Those
so
are-
I checked.
Those are the grant funded, yeah. Okay, great.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept the bills list.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Harrison?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. I'd like to make a motion that we adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, you guys know tomorrow, okay, so we're out.